virtual hearing for the inquiry into the Transport Asset Holding Entity, otherwise known as Tssa. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of the land upon which the Parliament stands, and pay our collective respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Today's hearing is being conducted as a virtual hearing. It enables the work of the committee to continue during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd ask for everyone's patience if we have any technical difficulties as a result of the virtual hearing format. If participants do lose their internet connection or are disconnected, you're asked to simply rejoin the hearing by the same link you were provided by the Secretariat. Today we'll be hearing from the New South Wales Treasury, Transport for New South Wales, Tssa and the New South Wales Auditor General. And we'll be hearing from these witnesses in circumstances where the Auditor General's report, the Audit Officer's report on state finances was delivered only yesterday. I think it's fair to say that it made for disturbing reading, and it's only appropriate that we test the position of Treasury, Transport and Tssa in light of those harsh findings from the Audit Office. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded to take responsibility for what they publish. While parliamentary privilege is applicable to what witnesses say during their evidence, it is not applicable to statements made outside the hearing. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for persons to make adverse reflections, and in that regard, we would appreciate wherever possible if people could stick to the issues rather than the personalities. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018, and it's a matter this committee will uphold. There may be some questions that a witness can only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand, and in those circumstances, witnesses are advised they may take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. Finally, a few notes on virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions. Could I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to and ask everybody to please state their name when they begin speaking. That may seem repetitive and iterative, but it does greatly assist Hansard. Could everyone please also, and I'd ask for this to, if you could commence now, mute your microphones when you're not speaking. Please remember to turn your microphones back on, however, immediately prior to speaking. And members and witnesses should, wherever possible, avoid speaking over each other so that they can be clearly heard and recorded. Also, to assist Hansard, I'd like to remind members and witnesses to speak directly into the microphone and, if possible, avoid making comments while your head is turned away. I now welcome our first witnesses from New South Wales Treasury, Mr Midhar, Ms Wilkinson and Ms Walters. I remind you, you do not need to be sworn as you've been sworn at an earlier hearing for this inquiry. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, your position, title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation. And Dr Grimes, we may, if possible, start with you.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Grimes, Secretary, Department of Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much, Dr Grimes. Mr Osborne.
I'm Sean Osborne. I'm the Director of Accounting Policy and Legislation at New South Wales Treasury. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both. And Mr Midhar, can I just check that we have you? Treasury,
Yes.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Yep, that's all working. There's now an opportunity, if Treasury would wish it, to give a brief opening statement. Does any witness from Treasury wish to take that opportunity?
Chair, I don't have an opening statement as such, but I think it would be helpful for the committee for a few initial comments if that would assist the committee.
I don't mind the title, Dr Grimes. You can start now.
No, thank you, Chair. Maybe to commence, just indicating to the committee that we really welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee today and to assist the committee in its consideration and look forward to being able to respond to the committee's questions. As indicated at the outset, the Auditor General's report raised a number of important and serious matters. Treasury takes those matters very, very seriously and very much is seeking to work with the Auditor General in ensuring that we can properly address those findings and recommendations over the period ahead. For us, it's very, very important that we have strong processes, we have a strong relationship with the Auditor General and the Auditor General's office, and that we engage effectively in the work that we're doing. So we take the findings very seriously and will be responding quite positively to those. Having had the opportunity to consider over the last day the report of the Auditor General, I do believe that it's appropriate to be initiating within the department a appropriate independent assessment of the processes adopted by Treasury in the preparation of the audit of the state financial statements. Importantly, an assessment of that sort will allow us to identify key lessons learned and to build those key lessons learned into our ongoing program of improvement to ensure that we're assisting the Auditor General in the conduct of the audit as effectively and as efficiently as we possibly can. Also, it will provide an opportunity to ensure that we've got assurance around our systems and processes, and also assurance around the way in which Treasury is engaging with the Auditor General and her staff in the conduct of the audit. So I thought it was appropriate to indicate to the committee the intention to constitute an appropriate independent assessment of the processes through the audit. That will allow us to better understand circumstances, and it will allow us to better identify key lessons learned and build that into our program of work.
Thank you, Dr. Grimes. Please assure me that you're not going to, in light of the reports from the Auditor General, engage yet another external consultant to do that work. I mean, please tell me that's not the path you're going down. You've actually read that part of the Auditor General's report critiquing the over-reliance on external consultants. Tell me that's not the takeaway you've got.
No, Chair, if it's helpful for the committee, I think most appropriate to engage a very experienced and respected individual who has deep experience in government finance and auditing practices.
Well, thank you for that opening. I will hand over to the opposition to commence the questioning. Mr. Mookie. Daniel, you have committed the sin.
Indeed, thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your appointment, Dr. Grimes, as well. And thank you again to all the Treasury officials who are appearing, either for the third time or for the first as well. Dr. Grimes, can I ask you at first instance that, having read the report from the Auditor General, do you accept that that is a searing indictment of the integrity and competence of both the government and the New South Wales Treasury?
Mr. Mookie, as I indicated, I think the appropriate next steps is to have a full assessment undertaken of the circumstances. Certainly, I would like to have the opportunity to have the benefit of an assessment of that sort to help us better understand the circumstances rather than drawing other conclusions at this stage before a process of that sort has been done.
Dr. Grimes, I accept that you are new to the job, but having read this report, what conclusion do you draw about the conduct of your department and the government you serve?
Mr. Mookie, as I indicated at the commencement, I take, and indeed Treasury as a whole takes the findings and observations that have been made by the Auditor General very seriously, and I think they do warrant serious consideration And I believe a properly constituted independent assessment is the appropriate process to be able to consider those matters to ensure that any key lessons learned are identified and then built into the approach.
Dr. Grimes, the Auditor General's inspection is an independent process. And this is what the Auditor General says in her forward. The challenges encountered in completing this year's audit were extraordinary and tested the constructive partnership between the Audit Office and New South Wales Treasury. She goes on to say, this has warranted an extreme risk finding for New South Wales Treasury to significantly improve its governance processes. The Auditor General is independent. It's given this committee and the public clear sight that makes it appear though as though the New South Wales Treasury and the New South Wales Government were engaging in a systemic campaign to mislead and deceive her and Audit's work department when it comes to the matter of the transport asset holding entity. Apart from this intention to commit an independent review, are you going to hold a single Treasury official accountable? Is there going to be any interim action taken whatsoever in respect to the officials who have been responsible for this on your part as the new leader of the Treasury?
I think, Mr. Mookie, very, very important to ensure that there is proper process here on two levels. One is a proper process to identify the key actions that we need to take to provide assurance around our processes for engagement into the future. And I think it is important we do the work to support the identification of actions that we might need to build into our program of work. The second is you're raising some serious questions around the conduct of individuals. I think it's much more appropriate to have properly understood the circumstances before we start to draw very strong conclusions. I don't believe that would be appropriate. There needs to be proper process.
So, Dr. Grimes, to be clear here, you are leaving a very clear impression that you think that the only error the Treasury has made has been process-driven and not intent, which I find very difficult to square with the many, many references to Treasury's conduct littered throughout this report. Are you seriously suggesting that you're not going to take any action whatsoever, even on an interim basis, in light of the Auditor General's devastating findings?
Mr. Mookie, it is very important that there is an appropriate process. I would expect an experienced independent assessor, if there were matters that needed to be drawn to my attention as Secretary, that the assessor would do that, and that would provide the basis for consideration of whether there is any further actions required. But it's important to take a properly considered approach rather than jumping to a particular conclusion before that has occurred.
Dr. Grimes, are you suggesting that in addition to the Auditor General's report, you need another report to tell you that the conduct of your department in this respect has failed most, if not all, standards expected from the public service? Are you seriously suggesting we have to wait for another report from another independent source to, for want of a better term, either interrogate the Auditor General's independent findings or provide alternative findings? That's the impression you're leaving.
I am seriously saying that the Auditor General has not made conduct findings.
Is that because the Auditor General...
No, sorry, Mr. Mookie, let Dr. Grimes finish. You were saying has not made conduct findings.
Not made conduct findings. The Auditor General has raised concerns, and as a result, I believe the appropriate process is to actually consider those concerns properly through an independent assessment process. That will allow us to better understand the circumstances and to properly consider the processes and approaches that have been taken in engagement with the Auditor General and the Auditor General's office. So also a very serious indication for me that the comments that the Auditor General has made would be taken quite seriously. And provide assurance to you in that regard.
Dr. Grimes, will that process that you describe have the power and authority to inquire into the conduct of the Treasurer or the Premier?
Any assessment that was undertaken would be an assessment of the department's processes. I think that's the appropriate
So just to be clear,
department assessment process.
So let's just be clear here. Neither the conduct of the Premier's office, the conduct of the Premier as Treasurer, or the current Treasurer could be inspected by the process that you are saying you need.
The process that I'm suggesting, Mr. Mookie, is one looking at Treasury's engagement processes with the Auditor General and the Auditor General's staff in the conduct of the audit.
When will that process complete, Dr. Grimes? When will this independent assessment be completed?
As at the earliest possible opportunity. I think it would be inappropriate for me to be putting very specific timeframes on the conduct of that process right at the outset. Because if we, in engaging an eminent, highly experienced assessor, I would expect that they would want to have some opportunity to properly and fully consider the matters. But clearly, the sooner it could be completed, the better. Because
Dr. Grimes, which of the Treasury officials present? I appreciate that. Dr. Grimes, which of the officials present were responsible for managing Treasury's liaison with the Audit Office?
I would have to refer to the officers. I imagine Mr. Walters may be the appropriate person to respond to that. Having not participated in the audit itself, he may be better placed to respond.
Then I will direct these questions to Mr. Walters on that basis, Dr. Grimes. Mr. Walters, on page 22, the Auditor General says, a key reason for the delay in signing the audit opinion for the TSSA related to the fact that information related to Tahi was not shared with the Audit Office, or that information was not shared on a timely basis. This unnecessarily prolonged the audit process. Why wasn't Treasury sharing information with the Audit Office in a timely manner?
Mr. Mookie, can you hear me firstly?
I think it'd be good if you spoke up, Mr. Walters.
Sorry, can you hear me, Chair?
I'd still ask you to speak up.
I'm speaking as loudly as possible. Is that any help?
We'll deal with that as it is. Mr. Walters, carry on.
Apologies. At the next juncture, I'll see if I can improve.
Thank you.
Mr. Mookie, in response to your question, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Walters.
We provide information to the Audit Office regularly, weekly during the process of the audit.
Well, that's not what the Audit Office says. In fact,
if I may continue.
Sorry, Mr. Walters, I thought you completed.
No, I'm not, please. We have a process with the Audit Office whereby we set out what we believe is relevant information as preparers to provide to them. We do all of that on a timely basis. We provide it typically in tranches so that we don't wait till the end. Similarly, the Audit Office will typically, and certainly in the case of the matter relating to the transport asset holding entity, requested an enormous number of documents, sort of unparalleled in recent time, given the nature and the complexity of. We categorize those. A number of them are not Treasury's documents, as you might expect, kind of other agencies. So we coordinated the collection of those, met each week and provided tranches, ticked off lists, but worked closely with the Audit Office to make sure that we could provide to them all of the documents they sought at the earliest possible juncture. Some of them were documents that had not yet been completed, I would note. For example, the statement of corporate intent for Tahi. That was a matter for Tahi and its board. As soon as that was made available to us by them and signed off by the board, we provided that to the Audit Office. There were also a number of documents that the Audit Office requested that were cabinet in confidence. We contacted the Department of Premier and Cabinet to facilitate them, and it's only they that may release them, but their release to the Audit Office to assist the Audit Office.
Just reports.
We have done all of that throughout the period July through to December. And said,
Well, this is, I think, my last question before lunch.
and everything that was requested.
Well, Mr. Walters, I'm going to allow Mr. Mookie to actually put the substance of the audit report to you. Mr. Mookie?
Yeah, and it is this. Ms. Walters, I struggle to reconcile your claim that information was being provided in a timely manner when the Auditor General provides one example of, to substantiate her criticism that Treasury was withholding information. She says, before management signed the representative, on page 23, further, this process of seeking ordinary representation from Treasury's management that all key documents were made available to the audit was unnecessarily obstructive and difficult. Before management signed the representation to declare they had shared all relevant information, they shared a further 34 megabytes of data, or 23 reports of 1,023 pages with the Audit Office around midnight the morning of the audit signing. You can't seriously be suggesting to this committee that we should believe what you just said when the Audit Office herself is clear that you were dumping thousands of pages of documents on her office at the morning that she was meant to sign the audit.
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. If I respond, as I said, we have provided the documents that we believe are relevant to the audit, state accounts and TAHI on a timely basis. We've also provided to the Audit Office all the documents that they have requested. But you correctly point out that the Auditor General, right at the end of the audit, asked for the provision of a number of other documents. We did not believe they were relevant, but we take the requests of the Audit Office extremely seriously. So we located all the relevant documents, and there's a quote of 80-something documents, immediately, in the immediate 6 or 8 hours, and provided them to the Audit Office for completeness to ensure that they were able to consider everything that they believed appropriate. They received those documents. I believe they reviewed them and were comfortable that there was nothing that required them to either change their opinion or delay the issuing of an unmodified opinion. That was their right, and we were respectful of that, but they asked us to make sure we had provided everything we thought they needed. They identified some stuff that we hadn't considered necessary. Doesn't matter. We provided it to them as quickly.
Mr. Walters, have you read this report?
The report that was released yesterday, Mr. Mookie?
Mr. Shoebridge, but yes, have you read this report?
Sorry, Mr. Shoebridge, I can see.
Okay, have you read the report?
I have read through as diligently as possible in the last 24 hours.
I would invite you to read pages 22 and 23 of the report and digest it and genuinely respond to it if there are further questions put to you about it, because your response to date suggests you have not read the report. Dr. Grimes, are you satisfied with Mr. Walters' response, given the content of the audit report, pages 22 and 23? Are you satisfied with Mr. Walters' response?
Mr. Walters has described the circumstances, Chair. The important thing is to have a proper assessment of all of the circumstances here, and I think that will give an opportunity to properly consider the full sequence of events through an assessment process.
Dr. Grimes, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Boyd now, but the hubris and the lack of humility from Treasury, given these significant findings about the conduct of your officers, I find incredible. I'll hand over to Ms. Boyd.
Chair,
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Grimes. I will direct my next question to you, so you'll have a chance to respond to that. Thank you for appearing today. I have sat here listening to your evidence so far, Dr. Grimes, and I do share the Chair's concerns. You have referred to this damning report from the Auditor General as containing concerns and comments. This is a damning report card, not just on your department, but on the government itself. It shows a government in complete shambles. For you to now say that there will be some other sort of internal review indicates to me that you are not taking the Auditor General's report seriously. What's your response to that?
I'd be very sorry if you had that impression in any way, and indeed, Chair, any sense of behaving without appropriate accountability and humility, I would not want to convey that impression at all. Quite the contrary, actually. And indeed, it's for that reason why I do believe it is important that we as a Treasury take the report very seriously, the findings of the Auditor General very seriously, and we ensure that there is effective follow-up. But in effective follow-up, the appropriate approach is to ensure that we have a full assessment of the circumstances that allows us to be able to properly identify the specific areas that we need to build into our processes to ensure that there's an excellent working relationship between the Audit Office and Treasury. There's a strong commitment by the staff in both organisations to maintain what has been a very strong relationship over the years. I've had excellent conversations with the Auditor General in recent days and am very much looking forward to our further engagement in making sure that we've addressed any concerns that the Auditor General might have.
Now, I understand that this review that you're proposing will be just of the department. And I know that we have seen significant departures from the government. We saw Secretary of Transport and then, of course, most recently, the Secretary of Treasury stepping down or being pushed, who knows. You are now in this position. I ask you, as a result of this review, are we likely to see more public servants losing their jobs? And how many public servants need to fall on their sword before you admit that it is this government leadership that is the problem here?
So I'm indicating that the proper process for Treasury is to have a proper examination of the issues.
Have you read the transcript or seen the footage of the last inquiry hearing that we had?
I have only seen parts of it. I have not seen all of it.
Have you, are you familiar with the statements that your predecessor, Mr. Pratt, made at that time?
Only in very general terms. I don't have a full knowledge of all the things that Mr. Pratt may have said.
Do you stand by, or have you identified anything in his statements that you would not agree with? Particularly,
I have not reviewed his statements at that level, Ms. Boyd.
Okay. I'll just lead you to some of them. He said, and this is on the 16th of December, Mr. Pratt said, and I quote, he says, "There has been a false narrative that Tahi was created to perpetuate an accounting trickery. That is wrong." He then goes on to say that the reform will deliver demonstrable and measurable benefits to the people of New South Wales. And finally, he says there has been a false narrative about Treasury versus the Auditor General. That is wrong. Those statements, would you view them as being an accurate reflection after having read the Auditor General's report yesterday?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to be providing commentary on previous statements. I can really only speak for myself, Ms. Boyd, and as a result, I'll confine my comments to my personal experience in the role as Secretary of the Treasury.
Is it your view that the accounting treatment that was supposed to apply to Tahi was in fact incorrect as presented by Treasury?
I think it's been indicated by the officers previously and indeed indicated by the Auditor General in her report, this was a particularly complex audit and raised a particularly complex set of accounting considerations. The auditor has pointed out areas where further work should be undertaken, and we will have an important program of work responding to the findings of the Auditor General and engaging with the Auditor General on accounting treatments.
I know that there were a number of people who raised alarms in relation to the accounting treatment of Tsaha. And one of the most alarming parts, I think, of this Auditor General's report is her comments on the risky over-reliance of Treasury on external consultants, and particularly this forum shopping, where not content with one set of opinions, you then went, or Treasury, my apologies, then went and sought other opinions or chose to rely on other opinions. It's not true, is it, to say that you weren't aware of the risk of the accounting treatment around Tsaha?
Are you asking me personally or the organisation?
Treasury as a department.
So Treasury as a department, it may be more appropriate for me to refer to relevant officers in making observations about understandings within Treasury in the past.
Well, maybe we'll direct it to Ms. Wilkinson. Ms. Wilkinson.
Chair, I think it's fair to say that the treatment of Tsaha required both Treasury and the auditor to consider the application of standards and rules, some of which have been subject to change since the legislation to establish Tsaha passed. I think it's fair to say that many lengthy discussions and technical papers were produced so that so the principles that were underpinning Tsaha's establishment could be tested and discussed. Many of those technical papers that Treasury wrote were considered by the Auditor General. On many of them we agreed, on some of them we didn't come to a aligned view. We absolutely look forward to better aligning our views as we move forward with the additional work that she's proposed we do.
Ms. Wilkinson, you haven't answered Ms. Boyd's question about doctor shopping. You kept going and kept getting different expert opinions until you got the one you liked. Are you going to address that critique from both Ms. Boyd and the Auditor General?
So if I may, Treasury sought advice from relevant experts on different topics. We certainly didn't seek to have competing views on the same technical areas. I think some confusion has arisen because advice that was procured by other departments contained observations we didn't agree with, but that's been canvassed in previous discussions at these hearings.
Ms. Wilkinson, do you now accept that your department got it wrong when it came to the accounting treatment of Tsaha?
As I say, there are many areas of accounting where further technical work and discussion and interpretation of standards is necessary. I will say that people did their best to do very good work. We did our best work with our best intentions to deliver the policy that the Parliament passed and gave us the task to do. If the Auditor General has suggestions on ways we can improve, then we welcome that opportunity.
And nobody is, let me be very clear, nobody is casting aspersions on the intention of department officials. However, we now have, on the one hand, the PwC report, Mr. Lyon's report, the Auditor General. We've been questioning through this committee for an entire year about the accounting treatment, basically saying there are real problems with the accounting treatment here. You are still relying solely on that one report that you got from KPMG that supported your accounting treatment. Is that correct?
No, Ms. Boyd, that's not correct. We rely on our own judgment. Our judgment is from time to time supported, or we seek advice on technical matters, but ultimately the views we form and the advice we give to Cabinet is our own opinion, and we've absolutely done our best to give the best advice we can, and we stand by it. Having said that, as I say, many of these matters are areas of emerging understanding of the application of standards, and we absolutely look forward to improving our work in the future as best we can, working with the Auditor General.
Sorry, just one final question. I will come to you in a moment, Mr. Grimes. One final question. Ms. Wilkinson, we all make mistakes. We all do our best, and then we adjust when new information comes to us. I appreciate that until this moment, the reports I mentioned before have not changed your approach. But now that the Auditor General has so very clearly laid out her concerns and commented on the accounting treatment, will you now accept that something needs to be done about the accounting treatment of Tahi?
I think my secretary has been quite clear on that topic.
Yeah, Ms. Boyd, I think it is appropriate for me, I can respond on this, because I think it's important to have a clear line of sight to the fact that the auditor has accepted the accounting treatment. The accounts are unqualified accounts.
You're very lucky.
But it's important to maintain that in context. These are unqualified accounts. So the issues that the auditor has raised is the elaboration and further work that needs to be undertaken around the accounting treatment, and we'll be following through very diligently, as I hope I've indicated to you clearly earlier on.
Dr. Grimes.
I wouldn't probe too badly about the unqualified point, given that she has also suggested you go and speak directly with the ABS on a number of issues.
Indeed, and that's precisely the reason why I say we're very committed to
Dr. Grimes, we're going to hand over to the opposition now, and I'm sure we'll talk about the $25 billion changes you had to make to your accounts to get them unqualified. But the opposition.
Final introduction to the question that I was going to ask, Dr. Grimes, because I'll pick up from there. You say the accounts are unqualified, but the better explanation of events is that the Auditor General was going to qualify the accounts. She warned the government, and then the government scrambled and then injected an additional $1.1 billion into Tahi in order to avoid the Auditor General effectively saying that New South Wales' books were unreliable. That's actually what happened, isn't it?
The circumstances are actually set out in the Auditor General's report. Importantly, one of the key accounting issues here is around long-term rates of return.
Sorry,
long-term rates
you to respond directly to my question.
My intention is to respond directly.
I know it's your intention, but I would ask you to respond directly to my question. It's not the case. The Auditor General makes it clear on page 2. The Audit Office advised Treasury the accounts would be qualified with respect to Tahi. Thereafter, the government scrambled and kicked in an additional $1.1 billion to avoid qualification. That is what actually happened, is it not, Doctor?
And my response was that the auditor actually sets out the circumstances, including the relevant chronology. It's set out in the audit, and so I was responding directly.
Thank you. And now that you've agreed with that's what the audit report has said, let's actually talk about the substantial issue here, about what this means for the finances of the state. Because the Auditor General says this on page 4. There is an additional $4.1 billion required over the following 6 years, which falls outside the forward estimate period. While this has been communicated to the Government's Expenditure Review Committee, it's yet to be provided for in the Government's budget figures. She goes on and says elsewhere in the report that this has been left to a future government to deal with. This is an absolute financial disaster for the budget of New South Wales, is it not, Dr. Grimes?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to be engaging in that sort of language, Mr. Mookie. This is really the auditors just pointing out really something that in some respects is not remarkable in some respects, and what I'm referring to is the preparation of forward estimates is over a 4-year period. That is the standard conventional approach to forward estimates. And the Auditor General is pointing out that there will need to be decisions in future years to give effect to the arrangements that have been applied within the forward estimates period.
Then let's talk about what's happened within the forward estimates, because within the forward estimates, as stated in the half-year budget review, we've had to inject an additional $1.1 billion in an additional allocation to Transport for New South Wales to be provided to rail operators as a part of the updated shareholder expectations for Tahi. Where is that $1.1 billion coming from?
It would be coming from the budget.
So we had to put aside $1.1 billion of consolidated revenue in order to obtain an unqualified count. Is that correct?
And to indicate the intention for Tahi to be making an appropriate rate of return, and bearing in mind, Mr. Mookie, that the Tahi, there are a number of different transactions that occur here that are reflected in the budget, not just the payments that are made to Tahi, but also Tahi in earning a return returns dividends to the government.
Yes.
Its earnings.
So let's just be clear here that as a result of this disaster, at least in the next 3 years, taxpayers are going to have to fork out another $1.1 billion of borrowed money because fundamentally the government got its accounts wrong.
And I'm indicating you need to consider all of the transactions, including the dividends that are paid.
Well, rest assured, Dr. Grimes, I have. And according to the updated figures by the Auditor General, the difference in licence and access fees that we pay Transport to pay Tahi and the amount of money Tahi then returns to taxpayers, it's negative $13 billion. Accepting your logic, Dr. Grimes, as a result of this decision, New South Wales taxpayers will lose $13 billion by the end of the decade. Pray tell, how is that not a fiscal and financial disaster?
I don't believe that is correct. And I'll explain. The money would remain within the public sector. The accounting questions that are at issue are the division between the general government sector, the public non-financial corporation sector, and the public financial corporation sector. And so I think it is important to understand that the money is staying within the public sector.
Is it not the case that according to the process that New South Wales trains and Sydney trains have to follow when it comes to ticket prices, they're going to have to put an application in to increase ticket fares in order to recover the additional money that they're paying in access fees? As a result of this, taxpayers are losing either way. We either lose with the budget or commuters have to pay more. That's the truth, isn't it, Dr. Grimes?
Again, need to consider the full suite of accounting, of the financial flows, not just a partial assessment of the financial flows.
So, Dr. Grimes, are you prepared, therefore, now to guarantee that in your judgment, taxpayers are not going to lose a cent and commuters will not face a single cent of fare increases as a result of the decision to create Tahi? Are you prepared to give us that guarantee?
You're asking me to give a policy guarantee, Mr. Mookie, and it's not...
No, that is the logical conclusion arising from your answer and the analysis that you provided. Can the Treasury give us this guarantee?
No, my
answer will arise, or taxpayers will not lose a cent as a result of the decision to create Tahi.
My answer went to the accounting issues, Mr. Mookie, and the fact that Tahi is a public non-financial corporation. It is part of the whole of the public sector. The government prepares consolidated public sector accounts. That's the point that I'm endeavouring to make.
Dr. Grimes, treat this as a separate question. Can the Treasury give us an assurance that taxpayers are not going to lose a cent as a result of the decision to create Tahi, and rail commuters will not face a cent of additional fare increases as a result of this controversial decision?
Again, you're asking me for a policy commitment.
Dr. Grimes, one of the remarkable criticisms that the Auditor General makes here is that she goes to the issue of Treasury's competence. On page 11, she says that Treasury presented late, unsophisticated and inaccurate forecasts to the Audit Office, all of which sought to support the desired outcome via projected returns. She goes on to say all of these models were unsophisticated, containing errors, omissions and or poor logic. I might need to address this to Mr Midhar, who I believe is his team might have been responsible for that. So I'll direct it to Mr Midhar. How is it possible that you got it so wrong?
So there's two parts to this. One is the model that was originally done was prepared by Tahi. It's not a Treasury model because we used the 10-year model that was well prepared by Tahi. And I'll actually hand over to Mr. Walters to talk about the further scenario work that was done.
No, I'm just asking a direct response. I can take it up with Mr Walters if we need to, but I'm asking you directly, Mr Midhar, because this is a criticism directly at Treasury. It says Treasury presented late, unsophisticated and inaccurate forecasts to the Audit Office, which sought to support desired outcome of higher projected returns. You are giving the Audit Office your preferred scenario, hoping that you tick it off. That's the truth, isn't it?
I don't understand exactly what you're referring to because it's quite general. There's a number of different models and scenarios. So specifically, the model that was built for Tahi, so the fund flow model that was built for Tahi was Tahi's returns. The 10-year model was very thorough. That was built by Tahi that we incorporated. Now, further longer-term scenarios were made. There were scenarios. They were not models. And that might be where that is referred to.
I'll repeat again and allow you to directly respond because the Auditor General is very clear here. She says all of these models were unsophisticated, containing errors, omissions, and or logic. This was that's a stunning indictment of the competence of the New South Wales Treasury and the New South Wales Government. Would you like to respond?
So I can't comment on why the Auditor General obviously has said it. I'm comfortable that the models that we created are still the ones that are being used. Those models have been signed on by the Auditor General.
We're still using these models?
Sorry?
We're still using these models?
Absolutely.
That might be an appropriate time, Mr Mookie. Mr Midhar, have you read the audit report?
I'm not completely now.
It's not long. I had a busy day yesterday. This isn't my day job, doing the Treasury work. You're telling me you came to this committee without having read the audit report?
I got through some of it, but not all of it in detail.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll help.
Chair,
I'll help.
Chair, I think it is appropriate for me to say something at this point. But Mr Midhar is not the sole senior official who has responsibilities here. Mr Walters, as he's indicated, plays.
Yep. Mr Walters hasn't read all the report either, nor have you, Dr Grimes. So we've got limited time, and if you're interfering to seek to indicate that there might be other people who can handle questions.
No, I'm not doing that, Chair. I just provide you with assurance. I'm explicitly not.
Have you read the report, Dr Grimes? Have you read the report, Dr Grimes?
Yes.
I asked Mr Midhar if he'd read the report, and you're seeking to interfere with my questioning. Why are you doing this?
Chair, I'm not seeking to interfere with your questioning. My intention is to assist you.
Well, then, can you answer whether or not Mr Midhar has read the report?
So what I'm seeking to do in assisting you is to indicate to you that Mr Midhar is not the only senior official responsible here. And so,
thank you, Dr Grimes. It's actually not of assistance. I'm more than happy for you to butt in when it's of assistance. It's not of assistance here. I'll go back to Mr Midhar. Mr Midhar, to assist, the audit report makes a series of fundamental criticisms to the models that you presented, being Treasury, to support the valuation for Tahi. Have you read the part of the Audit Officer's report that identifies those specific criticisms, Mr Midhar?
So the models are developed by the accounting team, so that's why there's a number of models, not...
Have you read that bit of the report? Mr. Midha, it'll be simpler if you answer the question. Have you read that bit of the report?
Like I said, I read parts of the report.
All right. Have you read the bit where the errors were identified? And I'll put the first error. Were you aware that the Auditor General was deeply critical of the models because they excluded Tahi's original asset write-down of $24.8 billion, later amended to $20.3 billion, being the holding gains losses arising from valuation changes? There was a $20+ billion error in the model. Were you aware of that?
So I would have to defer that. That work was done by the accounting team. I'm not close to that work, so I would defer to Mr. Walters.
All right, so to be clear, you're not aware about the $20 billion mistake. So, Mr. Walters, are you now aware about the $20+ billion error in the model?
I have read those pages that you refer to, so I'm happy to respond.
So do you accept there was at least $20.3 billion error in the model presented to the Audit Office?
Chair, if I may, we provided a model based on the Tahi valuation as Ms. Wilkinson described. It was a 10-year model with cash flow, balance sheet, reasonable degree of sophistication. Included in that was our technical assessment at the time that the write-down of the asset was not part of the returns sought. The Audit Office disagreed with that assessment. So, as a result, in the next iteration that we worked through with them, we made those adjustments. So I just would...
You made a $20.3 billion change between the 16th of December and the 18th of December because the Audit Office wouldn't sign off on your modelling if you didn't include it. Isn't that right, Mr. Walters?
That's incorrect, Chair.
When did you make the $20 billion change then?
As I said, a 10-year model based on Tahi several months before that. The Audit Office disagreed with our technical assessment of whether you include the write-down or not in the definition of the...
When did you make the change? When did you put the $20 billion write-down into the model?
So we provided additional scenarios to those models much earlier than the date you just referred to, the 16th of December, as indicating this is what the returns would look like if we acknowledged your technical assessment or...
Mr. Walters, you now grudgingly acknowledge that that was wrong and you've put the $20 billion write-down in. That's the case, isn't it? Do you now, or are you wanting to change the accounts that you presented to the Audit Office?
What I'm saying, Chair, is that we had, using our best information and our technical assessment...
You got it wrong, Mr. Walters. You got it more than $20 billion wrong. Are you going to accept that now?
Adjusted the model. The Audit Office believed that that was correct to include the write-down. We made that correction on the 16th of December. The final models were provided to the Audit Office, and they included, as you indicated, the write-down sought as a return.
Well, what about the $15 billion you just made up? The $15 billion where I'll use the Audit Office's words, you included possible future cumulative revaluation increments of $15 billion, which could not be supported with any evidence to explain how it was derived and was described as a plug figure. How on earth could you present a model where you just made up a $15 billion plug figure, Mr. Walters?
Chair, we provided a 10-year model to show the returns.
No, answer about the $15 billion figure you made up. That's what I want to know the answer on. How do you justify bodging up the figures and putting a $15 billion made-up figure in the accounts you give the Audit Office?
We provided a 10-year model that showed the returns from Tahi. The Audit Office was not satisfied with the 10-year model.
Because you made up a $15 billion figure. Deal with the $15 billion figure, Mr. Walters.
Chair, the Audit Office asked us to provide a longer-term model that showed the returns over a much longer period, such that they would provide a return of equity and the write-down. We very clear with the Audit Office, we will do so, but please acknowledge that we don't have a level of sophistication at this point that goes out to 35 years. That is a reasonably large request in a short period of time. So we did as best as possible to create a scenario around 35 years.
Dr. Grimes, are you satisfied with Treasury providing models to the Audit Office, which include $15 billion figures that are presented without any evidence and are described as a plug figure? Are you satisfied with that, having read the Audit Office's report?
So, and I want to assure you, Chair, I have read the auditor's report, and as I indicated at the commencement of this hearing today, provide assurance to the committee taking the observations that the auditor has made very seriously, and it is for that reason that I believe it is appropriate to have a well-constituted independent assessment conducted of our processes that will allow us to properly consider questions of that sort.
Dr. Grimes, Mr. Pratt, your immediate predecessor, in his opening sentence of his opening statement to this committee just at the end of last year, only days before there was a $25 billion turnaround in the accounts, said to this committee that in relation to Tahi, there was no budget black hole. That was plainly wrong, wasn't it, Dr. Grimes? Your predecessor was effectively misleading this committee because he knew that there was this $20 billion in revaluation and then a further $5 billion that had to be found in the next 10 years. It was plainly wrong, wasn't it, Dr. Grimes?
So I don't believe, Chair, that it's appropriate for me to comment on statements made by witnesses in the past. I don't believe that is an appropriate thing to do. All I can do is comment on current circumstances.
All right. Well, as at the time that Mr. Pratt gave his evidence on the 16th of December, Treasury was aware of the fact, wasn't it, that there was going to have to be an additional $5.1 billion pumped into Tahi over the next 10 years because of the Audit Office's concerns, and would have to recover a $20.3 billion asset write-down between now and 2052. Treasury was aware of that as at the 16th of December, wasn't it?
So again, Chair, I think, and again...
No, answer my question, Dr. Grimes. Treasury was aware of that on the 16th of December, wasn't it?
It's not my role to be commenting on...
I'm asking the state of which... Well, if you won't answer it, I'll go to another witness. Ms. Wilkinson, Treasury was aware...
My intention is not to be unhelpful, Chair.
Well, answer the question then, Dr. Grimes. Treasury was aware of this on the 16th of December, wasn't it?
Which thing specifically?
That the Audit Office was going to require an additional $5.1 billion to be put into Tahi over the next 10 years, and there was a $20.3 billion asset write-down that had to be recovered over the next 30 years. Treasury was aware of that on the 16th of December when Mr. Pratt gave his evidence, wasn't it?
So the appropriate approach is to refer, as you indicated, Chair, to the officials who were here at that time.
Ms. Wilkinson, Treasury was aware of the Audit Office position on this, wasn't it, on the 16th of December?
We were in ongoing discussions with them about their...
No, Ms. Wilkinson, please answer the question directly. Treasury was aware that the Audit Office had that position on the 16th of December, wasn't it?
If I may phrase the question differently earlier, so I can be clear.
No. Please answer the question. Treasury knew at the 16th of December last year that in order to get an unqualified audit opinion, it had to put at least $5.1 billion more into Tahi over the next 10 years and had to recover $20.3 billion asset write-down over the next 30 years. Treasury was aware of that on the 16th of December, wasn't it?
I don't agree with the way you characterise that. Negotiations were ongoing at that time.
Ms. Wilkinson, Ms. Wilkinson, are you seriously saying to this committee under oath that you didn't know that the Audit Office had at least a $25 billion difference of opinion with you and Treasury as at the 16th of December? Is that seriously your evidence? We will have the Audit Office later to clarify this.
You've asked me the question two different ways. Was I aware of the Audit Office's views? Yes, of course I was. I was meeting with them very regularly. But initially you asked if Treasury was aware that we had to make adjustments on that day. No adjustments had been agreed on that day. We were still in discussions with the Audit Office at that time.
Ms Wilkinson, the truth of the matter is, no, Dr Grimes, we'll get to you. Ms Wilkinson, the truth of the matter is, sorry, Mr Mookie. Ms Wilkinson, the truth of the matter is the Treasury gave misleading evidence to this committee at the end of last year, knowing full well there was a multi-billion-dollar problem with Tahi, and then pretending to us that it was all fine, there was no black hole, this was some kind of media conspiracy. The evidence of Treasury on the last occasion was plainly wrong, wasn't it?
I don't accept your characterisation, but I can't comment on other witnesses' testimony. But what I've told you is correct. We were, of course, aware of the Auditor General's opinions. We had not yet agreed on a treatment that we would implement at that time.
Can I just sort of pick up there, Chair? Ms Wilkinson and to Mr Mitter, how is that, can you say that, given that Mr Pratt made that statement at 12 o'clock on the 16th of December, and then at 3 p.m, the Treasury and the government released the half-year budget review that kicks in an additional $1.1 billion. It just defies all logic or credibility that we could believe that you didn't have any idea or the position wasn't finalised. Where literally after Mr Pratt and Treasury leaves here, you issue a half-year budget review that kicks in an additional $1.1 billion. It was the same day. How can you honestly expect us to believe that you are giving accurate evidence to this inquiry when it's clear Treasury knew on the 16th of December when Mr Pratt made that statement to this committee?
If I may, Mr Pratt referred to the half-year in his evidence on that day. So what we knew was disclosed on the day because it was in the half-year review and Mr Pratt referred to the half-year review.
Yeah, but the Chair's question was whether you were misleading this committee.
Well,
no, let me finish, Ms Wilkinson. It's abundantly clear that you were, that the Treasury, or at least the conclusion that we should draw. Mr Pratt's statement was on behalf of the Treasury. We checked it. It was made on behalf of the Treasury. Treasury was misleading this committee on the 16th of December because it knew it was about to announce an additional $1.1 billion to go into Tahi. That's the better and most reasonable interpretation of events, is it not?
I believe Mr Pratt referred to the half-year in his evidence, so I'm happy to take this question in more detail on notice to make sure we give you an absolutely accurate response. But my recollection was that our Secretary at the time referred to the half-year in his evidence, so we would have understood that your committee had the opportunity to have the updated information in the half-year review. I'm very happy to take this question on notice to make sure we give you an accurate response.
Mr Grimes, can I ask about another part of this timeline? I want to return to those questions my colleague was asking about the 34 megabytes of data, the 23 reports, the 1,023 pages, which were delivered around midnight. I just want to be clear the date they were delivered on. That was midnight late on the Thursday, December 23rd, or the morning of Friday, December 24th. Is that correct?
I'll refer to the relevant officers who were involved with that period. I believe perhaps Mr Walters is the appropriate person to respond.
That is correct.
And who transmitted those documents from the Treasury?
Take it on notice, but just one of the Treasury officials.
Who directed that they be transmitted?
I would have directed them.
In relation to the following day, or perhaps later that day, depending on whether it was just before or just after midnight, the Treasurer and New South Wales Treasury signed the consolidated financial statements. At what time did that occur?
I might have to check the precise time, but it would have been afternoon or thereabouts.
So the afternoon that day, and you're referring to when the Treasury, New South Wales Treasury signed the consolidated financial statements. When did the Treasurer sign the statements?
It would have been some point that day, Mr. Graham.
But would have been after the Treasury had signed them?
Yes, the process for signing is that the Secretary and myself sign the accounts first, and then the Treasurer does similarly. We provide those back to the Audit Office, and then typically they follow with the provision of their audit opinion.
So late on the 24th of December, Friday the 24th of December, the Treasurer signed these accounts. Were the Treasury officials and the Treasurer together at that time, or were you physically separate at that time?
It was carried out virtually, Mr. Graham, so we provided the documents in hard copy to his office, and then the briefing was done virtually. And
where was the Treasurer? Was his office in 52 Martin Place?
I'll take that on notice where he precisely was.
Yeah. And who were the Treasury officials involved in that signing and that briefing?
So the formal written brief provided to the Treasurer is collated by a number of officials. For the signing and that final briefing verbally with the Treasurer, given that we were in a virtual environment, that was myself that provided him the opportunity to ask questions in a virtual briefing, Mr. Graham.
And was the Premier or the Premier's office briefed by Treasury?
On what precisely?
On the signing of were they briefed on or about the 24th of December?
I'm not aware. I would have to take that on notice. Typical convention is to provide a briefing to the Treasurer's office, in advance, during the process, and then finally before signing. But I'll take on notice whether the
Thank you, and thanks to my colleague.
Can I ask, when did the shareholding ministers, the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance, issue their letter which updated their statement of expectations? What day?
Ask one of my colleagues to assist. I'm not that information, Chair.
Was it after the 16th of December? And Dr. Grimes, whoever you wish to refer this to, when did the Treasurer and the Finance Minister issue their letter which updated their expectation on their returns from Tssa?
So we might just check to see which officer is best placed to answer that question, Mr. Morgan.
I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the date. We can take that on notice and come back.
Mr. Miller, did you ever have any conversations with the CEO of Tssa, either in writing or verbally, in which you encouraged them to unilaterally change their expectations? Or sorry, to reopen the access agreements?
I would have spoken to the CEO about the change of the return. Yes, I probably would have had a conversation.
Did the CEO of Tssa ask the Treasurer to formally issue a letter to change the statement of expectations any time from the 14th of December? Did the CEO refuse your request and insist on the Treasurer issuing Tssa with a formal letter to update his expectations around return?
I'm not sure what the formal process was. I can take that on notice.
Mr. Mookie, we have to go to Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I will actually direct my question to Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, we had a number of conversations over the last year, both in budget estimates and in the context of this inquiry, where I've asked you for your opinion in relation to the accounting treatment of Tssa, because I had been directed to you by a former secretary, and you had assured me a number of times that you were not concerned about the accounting treatment of Tssa, and in particular our last hearing for, I think on the 16th of December, I asked you again directly, are you concerned about the, particularly the independence consideration around the accounting treatment of Tssa? Have you read the bit of the report from the Auditor General, which makes it very clear that those assumptions you were working on were incorrect?
Sorry, which specific assumption?
around the independence, around the control, around whether or not what the classification of the entity should be with the ABS. Do you now, having, I hope, at least glanced at the report, do you now admit that you got it wrong?
No, we haven't. I mean, the accounts that have been signed off take into account the independence of Tahi and the rate of return. So right now we are comfortable that this is an unqualified set of accounts, that it is a commercial entity. There are things that have been raised by the audit office, and as Mr. Grimes has pointed out, that we will closely look at, do an assessment, understand how we can improve this process as we go forward to make sure that that continues to be the case in terms of its entity status and in terms of its accounting status.
Can we just clarify? The report from the Auditor General was going to be unqualified. It's only qualified, it's going to be qualified. It's only unqualified now because of the $5.2 billion of public money that is now going to be pumped into Tahi. Isn't that correct?
So as Mr. Grimes pointed out, it's within the government. There's no impact to the financial status of the government. So this is within the stock entity and
perhaps Mr. Mida, if you answer the question, Mr. Mida, this will happen much more quickly. Ms. Boyd asked a specific question. Please answer that. Mr. Mida.
So the question was, well, there's an incremental cost to government. There is an incremental cost to government.
Right. The accounting treatment would not work or would not have been signed off on by the Auditor General if that $5.2 billion had not been committed. Is that correct?
Ms. Boyd, are you happy for me to just respond to your question?
I'd like to ask Mr. Mida, because he is the one that I was directed to previously by the predecessor in relation to these issues.
Sure, I understand. If it's helpful, I'm happy to respond as well, but if you wish to direct the question, then
thank you.
I'll obviously respect that.
Thank you. Mr. Mida?
So the process that we're working through with the audit office, so I can't recollect whether it was 5.1, or which period was this? This was the 5.1 over the 10 years?
That's correct.
Yeah,
with an unknown amount in the future, or a substantial amount to come in the future for future governments and generations? Yes.
Oh, so potentially, but I think it's a mix of a number of different things. So the accounts that we have within the 4 years, the forecast, the model that we have, we are totally comfortable with that. So those adjustments that were made.
Right. Sorry. Could you answer my question? Without the commitment for the $5.2 billion over the next 10 years, the accounting treatment would not work. Isn't that correct?
So, well, that's an opinion. We've got to work on the facts. The facts are...
I think it is appropriate for me to respond.
Fine.
And the point that you're making is that was required to support the earnings assumptions to give effect to PMXC sector, and this was precisely the engagement that occurred.
Could I ask you, Dr. Grimes, I think I've only got time for one last question. I appreciate that you have not been the Secretary of Treasury for very long, but from my perspective, we have been looking into this for about a year, and at every turn, it appears that the Treasury have been scrambling to make an accounting treatment work for Tahi that simply does not work. The latest we have is this $5.2 billion of public money being used to plug the hole. We've seen multiple consultants' reports at a huge cost to the public purse being used to try and paper over the cracks in this accounting treatment. And now we have a report from the Auditor General, and I want to quote one part of that to you right now, because I think this is the most damning part in relation to Tahi. She says, quote, New South Wales Treasury presented late, unsophisticated and inaccurate forecasts to the Audit Office, all of which sought to support the desired outcome. That is absolute confirmation of what this committee has seen over the past year. What is your response to that?
So, response on a couple of levels. Importantly, as I've indicated to the committee right at the outset, I'd like to fully understand the circumstances with a properly constituted independent assessment, which I think would be very valuable in properly reviewing circumstances, indeed giving the committee confidence in assurance in processes that we've been following. The next point to make, I think, is to not lose sight of the fact that there are accounting questions here around the proper classification.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you because time is short and it's not quite in line with the question. I just want to direct your focus then, because what I'm getting at here is that the Auditor General is not saying these were mistakes. She's implying that they were deliberately done in order to get the desired accounting treatment.
This is the additional amounts that were provided to support the higher rate of return.
This is not just about difference of opinions of accounting treatment.
No.
What the Auditor General is saying is that she was deliberately misled in order for Treasury to get the outcome it wanted on the accounting treatment.
That wasn't quite the way I read it, Ms. Boyd.
Suggest you read it again.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm probably understanding your question, but if your question is, was there a policy decision to make additional contributions, additional contributions to the rail operators to support higher rail access fees to in turn support the Tahi making a 2.5% rate of return.
It's not what I'm suggesting.
Maybe I've misunderstood. I haven't intended to misunderstand your question.
That's okay. Let me repeat the question.
Yes.
Or repeat what the Auditor General has said. She said that the New South Wales Treasury presented late, unsophisticated, that one's got a really sting, I think, inaccurate forecasts. But then the important bit, she goes on to say, all of which sought to support the desired outcome. That implies not just an error, but a deliberate misleading, don't you think?
So I didn't read it quite in those terms. I mean, appropriately, you could refer that question to the Auditor General. I didn't read it in those terms, and honestly didn't read it in those terms. The way I read it was in terms of supporting the accounting treatment and ensuring there was an appropriate basis for the accounting treatment. That was the way I read it, but I do recognise, Ms. Boyd, that that's appropriate to raise.
Well, at least you read it, Dr. Grimes. At least you read it. Could I suggest, if you want to persuade this committee, the Treasury has taken on board the concerns of the Audit Office, including the extreme risk finding against your office. If you want to persuade the committee that you've taken on board the concerns and will be looking to remedy the defects, then I would suggest that you get the Deputy Secretary and the Chief Finance and Operations Officer to first read the report before they come and present on sworn testimony to this committee next time. I am astounded that basic due diligence did not occur from a Deputy Secretary in your office and also from your Chief Finance and Operation Officer. I don't know if you wish to make an excuse or an apology for it now, but I am astounded that even basic due diligence did not occur before coming to this committee, Dr. Grimes.
So, Chair, just assuring the committee that we will be working very diligently through the issues and look forward to further engagements with the committee.
Well, it all starts with reading the report, Dr. Grimes. It all starts with reading the report. Thank you all for your evidence today.
I have read the report very carefully.
Thank you for your evidence today. We will have a short recess until 11:15, and then we will have the Secretary for Transport for New South Wales. Mr. Mookie.
You mean 11:30, Chair?
It's 11:21.
Indeed, 11:30. Thank you for your correction. I would remind members that it's best to mute your microphone and turn off your video.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome our next witness to the committee, Mr Rod Sharp, the Secretary for Transport for New South Wales. Mr Sharp, I remind you, you remain on your previous oath and or affirmation. And I'll give you this opportunity, if you wish it, to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you. Yes, I will take that opportunity and welcome the opportunity for the second time here at the Parliamentary Committee in my capacity as Transport Secretary. And happy to answer any questions in respect of the establishment or operation of TAHI, and particularly around the safety, assurance and licensing arrangements that are embedded in the model. The transition from Railcorp strengthened existing governance, establishing TAHI as a state-owned corporation. It was established with the aim of improving the value of assets it manages and to deliver a range of commercial services and projects to improve the transport system. As Secretary, I've been involved with the establishment of TAHI, and I can confirm that I see strengthened governance and assurance mechanisms in relation to the safe operation and maintenance of our heavy rail networks. It's been a key area of focus, and since standing up TAHI, TAHI's assets have operated safely, and we continue to maintain those assets. This is Transport New South Wales, Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains. The country regional network is operated and maintained by UGL. Importantly, as I mentioned before, the accredited rail transport operators, Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains, continue to take the lead safety role, regardless of the asset ownership. And they've continued to run the operation in the day-to-day customer services. And this is pursuant to the Rail Operations Agreement and legislation. I just want to reiterate, safety does remain the #1 priority across transport's operations. There's been quite a bit of press around licence fees and fare box revenue, and I just want to take the opportunity to provide a bit of clarity on that topic. The two are wholly unrelated. So whilst access and licence fees are an element of the TAHI operating model, there's no connection between the access fees and ticket prices. And this reflects the commercial arrangement separating ownership and service delivery. So Sydney Trains link payments to TAHI for access fees are managed through a budget process. Ticket prices are established through a process overseen independently by IPART, the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal. And that process is not influenced by the associated access fees. We do see benefits from having TAHI in the rail system. One, it's been established as a strategic asset manager, holding but also financing transport assets. And Transport does remain accountable for the long-term transport strategy across all modes, but that does include heavy rail, including initiating heavy rail-related projects aligned to the strategy and ultimately the outcomes of government policy. Sydney Trains, New South Wales Trains are the operators of public passenger services and continue to operate those. The establishment of TAHI has provided opportunity for the operations to be dedicated, and Transport is focused on delivering safe, reliable services. All the commercial activity across the substantial network is now accountable. The accountability of TAHI, so the commercialisation of property, for example, would sit with them. So just to close, thank you for the opportunity to speak on how Transport for New South Wales is working across government to continue to deliver safe and reliable public transport outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Sharp. That's very comforting. I will hand it over to Mr Mookie. Oh, you've done it again, Daniel.
Sorry, Chair. I'm very careful. Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you, Mr Sharp, for your appearance today. Just a very basic and preliminary question. At first instance, after the new ministerial order arrangement, who is the portfolio minister currently for the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
The portfolio sits with Minister Elliott in his role as Minister for Transport.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, were you advised in December last year, on or about the 14th of December or onwards, that the Auditor General was likely to qualify the state's accounts in respect to Tssa?
My involvement with the Auditor General was purely as a director sitting on the Tssa board, so I had no direct communication or relationship with the Auditor General through that process. The accounts were a matter for Treasury, ultimately at the government level, and for the Tssa board and the chair of Tssa in signing off the
Just to be clear,
accounts.
in your capacity as Secretary of Transport, independently of your membership of the board, you were never advised that the Auditor General was intending to qualify the state's accounts?
No.
So, how then, how did you become informed that there was an issue to do with the transport asset holding entity that necessitated the reopening of the access agreements?
The process through which I became aware was partly on the board, but also the Tssa organisation approaching transport in regards to the upcoming commercial negotiations. So those negotiations have commenced now, basically as part of the February-March budget process. So I received, and my team received, an approach in December flagging that there had been a change to the returns, and they were flagging to us that there would be expectations that the negotiation that would commence in February-March would take that into account.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Just to be clear, you said in December. Was it
in December?
After 14 December?
I have to take on notice the specific date of that communication.
I don't know the specific date. I just need to sort of thereabouts. Was it in December?
It would have been around that date. It would have been in mid-December. Because we worked with Tssa in the lead up to Christmas in regards to what that negotiation framework would look like.
And to be clear here, you weren't told by the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, Mr. Pratt. You found out as a result of either your membership of the Tssa board or Tssa approaching transport to inform them.
Correct.
Right. Well, when did you become aware that you were getting that the Department of Transport was getting an additional $1.1 billion in order to provide it to the rail operators as part of the updated shareholder expectations for Tssa?
The actual dollar amounts became clear to us as we worked through what that negotiation framework was going to look like. So Tssa is responsible for the pricing, so they presented to us a model which took into account our forecast capital investment profiles, applying their new returns, which provided those numbers that you referred to.
Okay, well, were you aware of the specific amount that you were getting an additional $1.1 billion prior to that announcement in the half-year budget review?
The numbers that I'm aware of for financial year 22, which is the current year, there was an agreed budgeted amount. The numbers that we put into forward budgets we're working through at the moment.
Sharp, I'm asking a very specific question. Were you aware that your department was getting an additional $1.1 billion prior to that being announced in the half-year budget review on the 16th of December, a few hours after we last saw you in this inquiry?
As I indicated, our awareness of those numbers came through the discussions with Tssa on the increased return and the framework which was used to, I presume, Tssa to forecast their revenue, but those forecasts indicated what that number was. So it was during that process that those numbers
I know that.
Those for me.
The timeline here is very important because I want to ask you what happens after the 16th of December. I want to be very clear to you, Mr. Sharp, here. Can you assure us that you knew specifically that your department was getting an additional $1.1 billion prior to its announcement in the half-year budget review, because you are leaving an impression that the first time the Department of Transport and US Secretary found out about this additional money was in the budget paper at circa 3 p.m. when it was released that day.
Mr. Booker, I have to take on notice that specific date because you're asking a very specific question around a date. I don't have that information on hand, but
thank you.
The process I have described.
Sure, but then by the 18th of December, which is a Saturday, 2 days later, Tahi and the transport or the rail operators have signed a new heads of agreement. How is it possible that you were able to negotiate with your supplier? I'm asking you this now as your capacity as Transport Secretary, not your capacity as membership of the Tahi Board, just to be clear.
Yes.
Is it possible that you were able to enter into a heads of agreement with your major supplier in which you agreed for them to charge you an additional $5 billion over the next 10 years? How was it possible that you were able to complete that negotiation in 2 days' time?
Firstly, the heads of agreement isn't an agreement for the dollar amount. The dollar amount is subject to negotiations through a very specific framework referencing IPART, which is what we're in the process of doing now. The heads of agreement was in response to the shareholders' request for higher returns and what that would mean for the framework. Now, the framework is around how does the entity who owns those assets get a fair commercial return. The debate was around what was a fair commercial return.
Sure.
So I was happy to sign the heads of agreement on the basis that we would be negotiating that still in reference to IPART, which provides a floor and a ceiling in terms of what those numbers might be.
Is a better explanation of events was that you signed the heads of agreement? Well, actually, did you sign the heads of agreement?
I signed them as well as the heads of the operating entities, because clearly they're responsible for their budgets.
Well, they're responsible for their budgets.
Ultimately, I have the overall responsibility, Mr. Booker.
Well, they're not here, so I might ask you these questions directly, and then perhaps we might get them, we might not. But either way, isn't a better explanation of events was you signed that heads of agreement because if you didn't, the government would have had its accounts qualified.
No, I think the circumstances for transport are that a major supplier comes to us and indicates that for the next round of negotiations, which is for financial year FY23, that's what we're negotiating. I'm not negotiating 3 or 4 years ahead. We negotiate each year, and the reason for that is that the actual timing of assets and acquisitions vary.
Mr. Charlie, are you saying that there is absolutely no correlation whatsoever between your decision to sign those heads of agreement and the warning from the Auditor General that she would otherwise qualify the accounts? You're saying that there's no nexus between the two?
That has not been a driver for me. I wear a transport hat, Mr. Wiggy, and those drivers for me are am I paying a fair access fee? Now, any organisation wouldn't want to pay more. However, in respect to the commercial returns...
Why then did you, if your concern was whether you were paying more, you had an agreement that lasted for 10 years, under which they had no legal ability to force you to reopen it, in which you didn't have to pay an additional $5 billion. Yet you chose to reopen the agreements to pay Tahi more. It's not like this has resulted in us getting a cheaper deal.
Just
finish, Mr. Sharp.
Sorry.
You opened the agreement to pay more. You did it within 48 hours. Did you have any advice or any analysis before you went ahead and agreed to that?
Yes, clearly internally we pulled all the experts together and worked on it. It was a tight time frame, I agree. However, there was a framework. It's not a full commercial agreement that we were negotiating in that time frame. The 10-year agreement has an annual review process. So IPART reviews the charges every year, and it takes into account interest rates, inflation, risk environment.
But then my question is, my last question is, I think my time may have just expired. is why, so from your perspective, just because Tahi has to deliver a greater commercial profit, because that's what the Treasurer told them to do, why does that have any bearings from on you? Why is that at all a relevant consideration as Tahi's principal customers whatsoever? You're agreeing basically to help your supplier make a greater profit. That is what's happened here. Please explain to me why you had to have any consideration whatsoever to the fact that the Treasurer decided he wants more profit from Tahi.
The rail access undertaking that applies to third parties as well as us as rail operators accessing those assets has a commercial return assumption in it to the asset holder. And each year, that return will vary depending on the risk environment, the inflation environment, the information that's passed to me.
You had a signed contract which insulated you from a $5 billion variation. Under the terms of the agreement you signed, that doesn't mean that they get to, every time they decide to make more profit, to come charge you. That's how monopolies behave. That's not how genuine commercial behaviour businesses behave. Your agreements gave you the power to refuse it. You chose not to exercise it, and I'm putting it to you that you did so because if you didn't, the government would have a massive, massive problem. That's the truth, is it not, Tssa?
No, I don't agree with that, Mr. Bookie. The agreements do have an annual review mechanism. My experience across asset holding companies outside of rail, and it's principally been in aviation, these commercial return debates happen every year. This is not an unusual circumstance from my perspective. The timelines were tight, and it was not an agreement that I signed. What I agreed to do was to negotiate in February and March, acknowledging that the commercial returns expectations have risen.
You know what they say about...
And I have a floor and a ceiling that IPART, an independent organisation, sets, and I'll be making sure we pay within that because that is the fair commercial benchmark that I hang my hat on.
All right, Mr. Sharp, you know what the law says about an agreement to agree? It's no agreement at all. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sharp, for appearing before us again. I just wanted to go back a step on that then. So when these negotiations occurred, were you presented with the amount and then basically it was checked and that was that? Or, you know, how basically what happened in terms of Treasury approaching you in the first place?
So Tahi come up with their pricing offer, if you like, which any commercial business would do. The IPART, I keep referring to IPART because this is actually the key linkage for me. IPART is a reference point in terms of what is a fair price for the asset holder to actually charge. And the reason IPART exists is it is a monopoly at the end of the day. So I reference that to give myself comfort that between the ceiling and the floor that IPART sets, that my charges are going to sit within there. And it's up to me to negotiate those charges within that range.
Okay.
So in terms of, sorry.
And that's what you told us last time as well, that it was by reference to IPART.
Yeah, so in terms of your specific question, the team looks at the models and the assumption changes, and we need to then independently arrive at a view on whether we're comfortable with those numbers. Now, in the actual negotiations, we'll go off and benchmark, we'll reference IPART specifically, and we'll debate those drivers of the pricing mechanism, and that's how the negotiation process will work. In the heads of agreement, we didn't do that because it was actually an acknowledgement, really, that there was going to be an increase flagged in terms of the return expectations, and we will still use our process in February, March to benchmark, negotiate those numbers. So the target numbers are really a forecast based on what they believe the commercial return will be.
Understood. So there has not been a change then since the last time IPART set the floor and ceiling.
Correct.
Nothing had changed from the IPART perspective, but you nevertheless agreed to renegotiate in December in anticipation of IPART changing in?
No, the process is we review IPART. IPART coming up with their information, if you like, on the ceiling and floor each year. That's an annual process.
Right.
But there is a review underway, just to flag the complexities in this area. IPART is actually reviewing those undertakings and their approach at the moment. There's consultation. We've provided some feedback into that.
Yep.
In terms of your question around the floor and the ceiling, that hasn't changed. But the amounts that we were talking about were still prima facie within that range. And so I was able to then negotiate on the basis it was still consistent with the IPART model, albeit higher to the ceiling than it was.
So to recap, Treasury comes to you in December. You aren't obliged to negotiate with them at all until February or March. When you do negotiate with them, there's sort of an understanding that the prices might move depending on IPART. Nothing has actually changed with IPART, yet you still agree to do a renegotiation of an extra $5 billion being handed over in December.
The negotiation is only relevant to 23. It's not relevant to the pricing. Doesn't get agreed for the following year because of all the things I've spoken about.
But you still
it's an annual price agreement.
Can you see though from our perspective that it looks very unusual for an organisation who is not obliged to enter into any negotiation or to change the fee structure at this point to agree to give over an extra $5 billion in a really short period of time?
Yes, I understand the optics that you're referring to. It's interesting because the pricing is set between a floor and a ceiling. So when the pricing was initially set up for the current year, it was in stand-up mode, and those dollars were at the lower end, if you like, of the pricing range, but still within the IPART range they give. The range hasn't changed, and there'll be a review by IPART as normal. The negotiations we're approaching, so we're talking 2 months or 8 weeks before the negotiation. It's not unusual for a supplier to flag that their expectations will be higher. What I've acknowledged is that expectation. I've also looked at the framework. We will still be contractually negotiating within that framework, which hasn't changed.
Okay.
But the price will be at the upper end towards the ceiling is the reality.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that at the time that the negotiation was done, you thought that it was just in the ordinary sort of course of business. Having now read the Auditor General's report, do you see that you were effectively being asked to plug an accounting problem for Treasury?
Look, I've read the Auditor General's report. I haven't been able to sit with the team and digest it. And obviously, the recommendations and comments in there we'll certainly take on board and reflect on. But in respect to a budget question, you've got to refer that to Treasury. I'm wearing a transport hat, and my transport hat is really focused on a couple of things. It's on the safety and the operations, and it is on paying a reasonable fee for accessing the assets. Clearly, there's been quite a complex history on this, and it was an interesting read. However, it's not appropriate for me to comment on budget issues and the
Sure.
Comments that you've just raised there.
Well, when we look back at your opening statement in December, when you came before the inquiry, you were very confident that the structure of Tahi would work as it had been set up and that the accounting treatment didn't cause you any particular concerns. You talk about Tahi's assets being safely operated and maintained. There's a number of assertions that you made in relation to the Victorian model and the Queensland model being similar, etc., etc. The Attorney General's report makes it very clear that that's not actually correct. So now that you have looked at the report, and in particular the comments around the control of the assets, the independence of the entities involved, and also the very clear differences between the New South Wales model and the Victorian and Queensland models, do you still stand by your statements that you made in December?
You raised about 3 or 4 topics there. So in terms of the actual structure, it's not unusual for assets to be held in asset holding companies, and that was the principle that I was referring to. I think if you look at every asset holding company, they will have differences in terms of what they're trying to achieve. Where I've principally seen it historically is in aviation, where most of Australia's airports are long-term leases from the federal government, and there's asset holding companies that own those assets. They have regulated assets that support aviation, and they also have non-regulated commercial developments. So my commentary was in the context of my experience with asset companies. Yes, there are differences in Queensland and Victoria. I would fully expect once you get into the operation of them, they would be different because they've been geared for differing outcomes. But the ultimate purpose for them is to have a team that's focused on the asset and managing that asset and extracting value from it, and the operations teams focus on their operational elements. And that was one of the benefits that I flagged back in December. And I still see that as a case because our operational teams are no longer looking at a commercial development on a block of land that's not used by rail anymore.
I'm sure we'll come to the safety concerns and the Glenbrook Commission recommendations perhaps in the next round, but I just wanted to close this point off. So given that the Auditor General has far from given her blessing on the accounting treatment of Tsa, even with this massive $5.2 billion injection, and has in fact recommended that the ABS be consulted in relation to elements of the treatment, how do you see Transport's role should the entire thing need to be wound up?
I can't talk to whether the budget or the returns or the stock approach is appropriate or not. That's a decision for Treasury and the government. That policy decision does, however, mean that it got my attention very quickly in terms of the safety and the cost focus. And the prior secretary certainly spoke to those issues, and I focused straight in on those as well. I've spoken consistently around the safety elements. In fact, nothing's changed there. The model that was landed, it all sits with transport operators. The same people are doing the job, and we're liaising and working with the same safety regulators, and I have, as secretary, the same safety accountabilities. So from a transport perspective, yes, I've read the Auditor General's report. Clearly, complexities there that you need to talk to Treasury and the government about in terms of the setting up of the SOC. But that's a policy decision. For transport, under that policy umbrella, we have to make sure we're protecting the operations of the public.
So just one final question then. Are there circumstances in which you would reject a further increase in the fees if Treasury approached you and wanted to?
Yes, there would be. And that reference point is the IPART ceiling. There's no circumstance where I would agree that a dollar amount would be paid to Tsa that's above the ceiling. And there would have to be good reasons why it's at the ceiling as well. There'd have to be good explanations. And that's the negotiation process where they would need to demonstrate that choice as part of that process.
Thank you.
We'll go back to the opposition.
Mr Secretary, there's one aspect of the timeline that's a bit curious. You signed this head of agreement on a Saturday. Do you routinely sign head of agreements on Saturdays that result in you agreeing to pay an additional $5 billion? Why was this on the Saturday?
Certainly, Mr Mookie, I find myself working regularly on Saturdays. That's not unusual for me. However, in terms of the tight timelines that you referred to earlier, certainly that drove us to be working on that weekend, and there was obviously an urgency in terms of us considering the Tsa proposition on what they were tabling.
And that urgency arose from the concerns that the Auditor General had expressed and that at that time we were aware of, correct?
Look, it came from my perspective, it came from a direction from the minister in terms of, or the shareholder, the finance minister in terms of the returns, and that was clearly going to impact on the negotiations that were coming up.
Did the finance minister issue a direct direction?
My understanding is that there's a statement of expectations, and that statement of expectations referred to the returns.
But
Would that be a question for in terms of communication?
No, that statement of expectations letter is issued by the portfolio minister, because we have the copy of the one that was issued, and we previously put it to you, in fact. So, did the minister at the time, who I believe was Mr. Stokes, did he issue you a direction to agree to this?
No.
When did you advise Minister Stokes? Well, what advice did you give Minister Stokes? From any time from the 16th of December to when the budget comes out, and the 18th when you signed the heads of agreement. You don't need to be specific to the hour, but just in general, what advice were you giving the minister at the time?
The process was largely transport negotiating with Tsa around the upcoming framework for the negotiations. We have daily morning hookups with the ministers and the ministers' offices. Through that period, anything that's urgent or material gets discussed. Through those forums, Mr.
In those conversations, did either you advise the minister or did the minister advise you that you were the beneficiaries of an additional $1.1 billion from the Treasury?
The minister certainly didn't raise it all directly. However, during the process, clearly there were going to be increases in charges, and that was flagged with the minister's office through those conversations.
Well, did you tell the minister that you were intending to sign off on an agreement that would result in an increase in charges of $5 billion?
I signed off on an agreement that indicated there being a new framework for the negotiation, and the minister was relatively new in that portfolio, and I was explaining the IPART approach and the benchmarking that we do around.
Can you assure me that the minister, who at the time was Minister Stokes, who was into the job for quite a few months by that point, like he wasn't, insofar as his tenure as Transport Minister goes, he was towards the end, start, but can you at least assure us that he knew that Transport was getting an additional $1.1 billion as part of the half-year budget review to pay Tsa more so Tsa can make a greater profit? Did the minister know?
As I said, the conversations each morning were around where we were at, the process, and what those implications were. As I indicated, the agreement was to agree a framework to negotiate in February and March. So the actual agreement on the price is still to be amended, but clearly Tsa's set an expectation of a commercial return at the time.
Yeah, Mr. Sharp, I'm just going to repeat the question because it was a very direct question. Was, to the best of your knowledge, was the Minister of Transport at the time aware that he was getting an additional $1.1 billion in order to facilitate greater profit for Tsa?
Look, you'd have to ask the Minister that question. As I've indicated, there were a number of conversations.
Can I just stop you there? This goes centrally to your role as the Secretary of the agency.
Yes.
Did you brief the Minister? When did that occur?
Yes, as I've indicated, the Minister was briefed during those morning calls. If you're after a specific hour, which is the question Mr. Mookie asked, I can't tell.
No, I'm asking you prior to the budget review. I'm not asking you whether or not which particular hour or conversation. It's a very clear question. Was he aware of it prior to it being announced in the half-year budget?
So this comes back to your very early question around the timelines of the 14th or 16th of December. I would have to go back and look at that period specifically on that question.
You were appearing before the inquiry on the 16th of December, in which you made an opening statement in which you gave us your assurances that everything was fine, and which is my paraphrasing of your statement, to be fair. And that day they announced the half-year budget review. You're not in a position to tell us or confirm that the Minister knew at that point in time that he was getting a windfall gain from the Treasury in order of additional $1.1 billion in order to facilitate a payment to Tsa? You can't give us an assurance that he knew at that point.
No, the communication of that very specific element, I'd have to go back and look at the notes at the time. In regards to the timing, yes, when I last appeared here, my comfort was around the structures that protected the operations and reliability, and that IPART benchmarking exercise that gives me comfort. Access fees are associated to an independent party.
Your department paid $1 million to KPMG for a report that gave a crystal clear warning that the access fees, as agreed, would breach the flawed test by IPART. Given that your department spent $1 million accessing that advice, and that advice was given, why was that advice ignored by your department now, clearly?
The KPMG report was at a point in time, and there were actually quite a large number of items that were covered off in that report from structures, and a lot of those were actually picked up and put into this report.
Well, no. I'm asking you directly about that aspect of the report, which, to be fair, was given to you in 2020, and to be fair as well, your Deputy Secretary came before this inquiry and affirmed it at the hearing before your appearance as being accurate advice for which Transport stood by. It told you that the agreements you'd entered into had breached the test. To be fair, you were the beneficiary of that because you were getting access to, Mr. Let me finish. You were getting access to assets at a cheaper price, but you knew that it was going to breach the floor test. Yet all of a sudden you find yourself in a circumstance where you agree to reopen negotiations and, enter into a framework for negotiations within 2 days. I'm trying to know how it's possible you can reconcile this, given that you were given a very clear warning that the access fees you were agreeing to were wrong.
The access fee that was agreed to as part of the introductory year was actually set as part of that FY22 budget process, and there was a contractual arrangement that was put in place on 1 July 2021, which you're aware of, that actually set that. That was within the IPART framework, but as I indicated, it was at the lower end of it. So there's a floor and a ceiling, and from my perspective, the question I asked the Secretary is, where are we within that IPART framework?
Mr. Sharp, what is the current floor and ceiling set by IPART? Keep talking about it. Tell us what they are.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the exact amounts, because it does depend on the location and what you're actually accessing.
How can you be comfortable?
That information should be publicly available. I'll have to take it on notice to provide it to you.
How can you be comfortable about a ceiling you don't know the quantum of?
There's a team of specialists that actually work in this space. As a secretary, I rely on the team and the lawyers to provide me very specific advice on that matter, and they have provided that on 2 occasions. The first occasion was the initial fee, and the second occasion was input during the process to sign the heads of agreement in December.
One of the key factors for IPART setting that ceiling is the reasonable rate of return for Tahi on its assets. You agree with that?
Correct.
So when Tahi's reasonable rate of return on its assets went up by 2/3, your ceiling went up by 2/3, didn't it?
The notion of a return or an adequate return does not apply just to us. It applies to all the third-party contracts that access the network.
Yeah, but Mr. Sharp,
Mr. Sharp, calculation takes that into account.
Mr. Sharp, are you challenging the truth of that proposition I put to you? Seriously? When the rate of return goes up by 2/3, the ceiling goes up by 2/3. You know that, don't you?
I'm not sure who.
It's Mr. Shoebridge or Chair. You can call me whatever you like.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, look, it's a model that does take into account the return, and is that return a reasonable commercial return? As I indicated earlier, that is one of the key elements of our negotiation, is to actually get comfort that that is a reasonable return.
So are you still...
That's obviously a key issue.
Are you still debating with Tahi whether or not their 2.5% return is a reasonable rate of return? You're saying that's still a matter of issue between Transport and Tahi?
Every not an issue, but every element in the framework would be reviewed and looked at.
I'm asking you about that.
Indicating that that's a...
Do you accept it?
Well, I'm just saying...
Do you accept it, or is it an issue of in contest between you and Tahi? Simple question, Mr. Sharp.
In any commercial arrangement, the supplier in this case has indicated their expectations that their return needs to be at that level. Prima facie, they've presented that information, and we've agreed during February and March to negotiate. And the negotiation takes into account every aspect, including the timing of acquisitions and the risk environment that drives that return.
So sitting there now, Mr. Sharp, you're saying it's not Transport's position to accept a 2.5% return. You haven't adopted that as a position. Is that your evidence?
No, we haven't. I haven't said we're adopting it or not. No. What I've said is it's a process where we're... Well,
I'm asking you, have you adopted it? Mr. Sharp, please answer the question directly. I'm asking you whether Transport for New South Wales accepts the 2.5% return being demanded of Tahi. Simple question. Have you accepted it or not?
We have accepted it on the basis that...
all right, done. Okay. All right.
As a part of their proposal for their increase in fees.
No, sorry. You've accepted it as part of their proposal, which you're going to negotiate on in February and March. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't... No, Mr. Sharp, sorry. You don't have any say about what's in their... You don't have any say about what's in their proposal. I'm asking you about whether or not you accept, Transport for New South Wales accepts that the 2.5% rate of return is reasonable and will be the basis of your ongoing relationship with Tahi. I can't believe you can't answer this question, Mr. Sharp.
No, we know what the number is. It's been provided to us. As I indicated, we do have a formal negotiation process that we go through. All of these things are up for discussion. Now, the reason they're up for discussion is I need to be satisfied at the end of the day that the charge that I'm going to be cutting a cheque for is reasonable in the context of the IPART framework, and it'll be experts who give me advice on that. So if that return picks a number that is higher than that, then there would be a negotiation that would be needed, because, as I indicated earlier to Mr. Bookie, I won't be signing off a charge that's higher than what I would is deemed to be falling within the IPART framework and the methodology that framework has.
So Tahi and Treasury have said to the Auditor General that Tahi can expect $5.2 billion in access and licence fees to be added to the discounted cash flow valuation over the next 10 years. That's almost wholly coming from you. Do you accept that Transport will be paying an additional $5.2 billion in access and licence fees over the next 10 years?
The basis of that calculation is Tahi forecasting what those returns would be if that framework is applied. So the number is a mathematical number that comes out of that model and reflects...
But Mr. Sharp, my question was, Mr. Sharp...
Which prima facie it is.
Mr. Sharp, I don't want a description of the Auditor General's report or a description of Treasury. I want to know what Transport's position is. Does Transport agree that they will be paying an additional $5.2 billion in access and licence fees over the next 10 years? Yes or no?
There isn't a yes or no, because, as I've mentioned to Mr. Bookie, this is an annual negotiation that takes place, and IPART updates their framework and those key reference points each year as well.
So that assumption...
I'm doing is for the next 12 months, and the numbers that you're referring to are a forecast, and they may well be the numbers, but the reality is, for example, with COVID, some of the larger projects, and we've got a pipeline of $15 billion of rail.
All right, Mr. Sharp, you're transgressing.
Timing may change, and those numbers will change.
All right. So, sitting here, on the basis of your evidence, it seems to me that that figure isn't worth the paper it's written on. It could be $5.2 billion. It could be a lot more. Could be a lot less. You don't know.
But it's a question for Tahi in terms of their forecast.
But you haven't agreed to pay it. You haven't agreed to pay it. Mr. Sharp, you haven't agreed to pay it. That's the key point, isn't it?
No, we haven't. And that's part of the assurance framework for transport.
Do you understand that Transport for New South Wales will be required to kick in additional payments to Tahi to make up the $20.3 billion loss in valuation over the next 30 years? Do you understand that making up that $20.3 billion loss will involve additional contributions from Transport?
The commercial return element of this discussion, that forms one part of that commercial return, and the commercial return that the shareholders have requested from Tahi will come from Transport, but will also come from commercial property developments and other value creations, which is one of the reasons that entity was formed. So
you don't know, but
whether that comes through to us or not, it's a question for Tahi ultimately over the longer term, what those allocations look like.
Well, it's going to be a question for you, isn't it, if you have to pay an extra $20 billion? It's going to be a big question for you, isn't it?
And as I indicated, this is a key area of focus, as it was for the prior secretary. And the fact that there's an independent organisation, IPART, that ensures that there's not a monopoly pricing of those assets, that is my key reference point, if you like, apart from just normal negotiations and sense checking on how much we're getting asked to pay for accessing the rail network.
It must frustrate you no end that that by reason of the assets being taken from you, handed to Tahi, then having a bin fire on their valuation, that you have to kick in an extra $20-odd billion over the next 30 years. That must frustrate Transport a great deal.
I think the question for me on that is there's a policy decision that's been made. Those assets were sitting in Railcorp, and the policy decision was to move to a commercial arrangement. I would say it's been a challenging process to work through the complexities of getting this model bedded down, and a lot of work has gone in from the team to ensure we've got the governance structures and protections in place. And for me, on the access charges, those external benchmarks to IPART to give us comfort that those numbers are within a methodology that is independently referenceable. So I'm not just relying on Tahi putting a price on the table.
All right, Mr. Sharp, unfortunately we haven't had time to explore the safety issues raised in the Auditor General's report, but we may find time for that at a later point. Thank you for your assistance today, and good luck in trying to sort this mess out.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, I'd like to welcome our next witnesses, Mr. Bruce Morgan, the Chair of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, and Ms. Benedict Coyne, the Chief Executive Officer for Tahi. Welcome, both of you. Can you hear us clearly there?
Certainly, Chair.
All right. And the good news is we can hear you both clearly from this end. If you can get your IT team maybe to just focus a little more closely on the camera, that would actually be of assistance to zoom in a little. But I note that you're both under your existing oaths or affirmations, but I'll give you this opportunity if you wish to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee members. Yes, I would like to make a brief opening statement. As things have moved along a little since I met with you on the 16th of December, and Ms. Collin would like to make a few comments as well. So, as you're aware, since I last spoke to you, the Auditor General has confirmed Tahi's accounts, the Auditor General's confirmation that the comprehensive evidence that she obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for her unqualified opinion is a significant milestone for Tsa, and we welcome the opportunity it provides to get on with the business of delivering new value and better commuting experiences for the people of New South Wales. As an accountant myself with 37 years of audit experience, I want to place on record my respect for the extremely thorough process we have been through with the Auditor General. This process did take longer than a normal audit. However, it is appropriate for a complex once-in-a-generation reform in its major transition and established year. The application, focus and diligence from all sides involved in the process has established a robust foundation and delivered an outcome that we can all have confidence in. In this process, both Tsa and the Audit Office engaged independent firms in order to determine the value of Tsa's assets. I acknowledge the matter of uncertainty that was raised by the Auditor General's emphasis of the matter paragraph. Let me briefly address this. Tsa has 10-year agreements in place with City Trains and New South Wales Trains, and these agreements expire 6 years after the end of the current forward estimates period. As the Auditor General points out, there is no way we can know today what the situation will be when we come to the annual review of those agreements in, say, 5 or even 10 years' time. However, this situation is not inconsistent with the uncertainty faced by most businesses. It is also not unusual for regulated businesses, and my experience in water and energy, to have some uncertainty over the long-term funding base. While the Auditor General has noted the uncertainty, importantly, her opinion was not modified in respect of this matter. I also welcome the commentary on Tsa's independence made in the report on state finances. As the independent chair of Tsa, I agree that the independence of Tsa is an important matter. Tsa's governance arrangements are being developed to respond to the 2017 amendments to the Transport Administration Act, bringing an independent commercial focus to managing assets. The Auditor General's commentary ensures that all parties will continue to focus on and prioritise this important consideration. Going forward, in addition to Tsa's many other benefits, its financial statements offer substantially increased transparency and scrutiny over the costs of our transport network, enabling us to take a far more practical approach to generating value from them. I would like now to hand over to our Chief Executive Officer, Benedict Coleman, who also has some opening comments.
Thank you, Bruce, Chairman and Committee, for the opportunity to rebrief you again. I want to take this opportunity to reinforce my strong belief in the significant benefits an independent Tsa offers for the people of New South Wales. The model is the optimum structure for the management of transport assets because it ensures expertise is applied appropriately. Operators focus on running services safely and efficiently, while Tsa take asset management expertise and advise it proactively to unlock the value in them. That value can then be reinvested in those assets or returned to the states as dividends. The model is fully transparent. We report annually and independently from government to parliament, and our accounts are subject to its full scrutiny as they should be. Our strategy, statement of corporate intent, and other key documentation is also publicly available, including the access and license fees we receive, which are renegotiated annually. We work to the highest standards of independent governance with clear accountability and decision-making processes to ensure we are actively managing our assets. What Tsa should be judged on is what we actually deliver and the additional value we create above and beyond the 2.5% return on equity. And I'm proud of the work that has already been done by our small team to scope out this opportunity. This is work that gives me confidence that there is so much opportunity and plenty of low-hanging fruits to pursue. To give you a flavor of some of the work that we've done to date, we've approved funding to complete the tender documentation for the revitalization of the Central Station precinct, which will unlock 24 hectares of government-owned land and drive the success of Tech Central. We've approved for short-term retail activations along the Avenue Plaza and are currently procuring new tenants. In the North Redfern Emily precinct, we've progressed the planning of the refurbishment of the Chief Mechanical Engineer's building so the space can be leased out, which will reactivate more than 10 hectares of space to the public for the first time in 100 years. We are actively considering a range of other retail and residential activations. The business plan is being prepared to identify key locations where capital investment could result in improved rentals and returns. These will be included in future budgets. Regionally, we've approved funding for master planning and site investigation for a number of regional precincts, including Broadmeadow and Glendale. From an improved utilisation perspective, we are investigating options to refurbish and repurpose some unused heritage stations, particularly in regional areas, are improving community rail trails on unused lines, and have already divested an unused quarry. We are actively investigating other commercialization opportunities for our assets in the telecommunications and energy spaces. Of course, this is just the beginning, but I share this with you to give you a sense of the potential and opportunities that will open up as we apply a strategic, proactive, dedicated commercial management approach to our wonderful portfolio of assets. My team is passionate about this opportunity, and so am I. We are all firmly committed to delivering real value, creating livable and successful places, and making New South Wales an even better place to live, work, and play. Thank you again for the opportunity to meet with you today.
Thanks, Ms. Gollan. Personally, I would like you to be focusing on it being a great place to get around safely rather than live, work and play, but I will hand over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Morgan and Ms. Collins, for your appearance today. And can I just say again to Ms. Collins and the Tahi staff, thank you for the efforts that you've undertaken to assist the inquiry and to assist the upper house and, of course, the papers as well, which I know has imposed a bit of a tax on your resources. Mr. Morgan, in light of the Auditor General's report, have you given consideration to resigning?
Mr. Mookie, I find that a rather strange question. The Audit General report focuses on mostly on Treasury. We haven't seen the Auditor General's detailed findings in respect of Tahi at this point in time. We've been issued an unqualified audit opinion, an unmodified audit opinion. The Auditor General has also, in a correspondence with me, has said there are no legislative or compliance breaches that Tahi has. So I don't see on what basis you would suggest that be the case.
Mr. Morgan, I assume from your opening statement that you've read the full Auditor General's report in respect to Tahi?
Mr. Mookie, we received draft sections of the Auditor General's report on the state finances that were applicable to Tahi. And we have reviewed those. We were asked to review those pages and provide comments back on actual issues.
Have you personally read the Auditor General's report that was released yesterday?
Mr. Mookie, if you allow me to complete my statement, I'll tell you what I have read and what stage it's at, and you'll be very clear about where I'm at. So we received the sections of the report that were applicable for Tahi review earlier in the week. I read that draft section as well. I haven't read all of, but I have read some of the Auditor General's final report.
Can I ask you, Mr. Morgan, as Chair of Tahi, appearing before this committee, why have you not read the full report?
I have read the sections of the draft report that were applicable to Tahi. I am advised by my colleagues as to the fact that there were minor changes made to that. I don't think I have yet got to reading the full report. I shall do in the fullness of time. The report was published yesterday. Yesterday I had board duties all day elsewhere, but I shall be approaching the rest of the report in the fullness of time. But importantly, I read the extracts of the report where where Treasury and Tahi are referred to.
Mr. Morgan, on that basis, given that I'm sure in the draft report, as you said, that there has been minor variations, the Auditor General makes it clear that Tahi got its asset valuation wrong to the tune of billions of dollars. It equally made it clear that it excluded $24 billion of its assets from its forecasts. Equally, that you mispriced all your assets and that you entered into an agreement which undercharged all your two principal customers responsible for 90% of your revenue by billions of dollars. This all took place while you were chair. Ms. Collins wasn't in the position. You were the chairperson as this all took place. I ask you again, surely such levels of incompetence would necessitate your resignation and the resignation of the other directors who are capable of resigning?
So, Mr. Mookie, I absolutely disagree with your comments, and I don't agree with the basis of your comments. The initial draft accounts of Tahi were drawn up on the basis of the direction from the shareholders to achieve 1.5%. As you're aware, and as I reported, as I mentioned when I appeared before this committee on the 16th of December, on the 14th of December, we had received a direction from the shareholding minister that the returns would increase by 2.5%. In the period leading up to the finalisation of the audit, we had been in discussion with, as part of, as I referred to on my last appearance, an iterative process, a normal iterative process for the audit office to determine the fair value of the assets which would be incorporated into Tahi's accounts. There was a movement in the value of those assets between when the further requirement of the shareholder to lift to 2.5% was noted, and that resulted in a range of adjustments. The 20-odd billion you referred to, I think you're referring to discussions not with Tahi that the Auditor General had, but rather with Treasury.
Mr. Morgan, I might now turn then to Ms. Collins, if that's possible. I thank you for clarifying that you received the letter on the 14th, which is Tuesday the 14th of December. Ms. Collins, were you in discussions with any Treasury officials prior to the 14th of December about any issue related to the expected rate of return?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie, for the question. Yes, we were aware of issues related to our rate of return. We were made aware of that issue, if I remember, a couple of days before the 14th of September. We had December, sorry, Chair. We had also regular engagement with the audit office throughout the process.
Well, my question was directly about direct conversations between you and Treasury officials. So your answer is we. I'm asking specifically about you and conversations specifically with the Deputy Secretary of the Department of the Treasury, Mr. Midhar. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Midhar in the days prior to you receiving the letter?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie, for the question. Yes, I had a conversation with Mr. Nida before the 14th of December in relation to the return on equity expected.
Did those conversations take place on the weekend prior?
That's correct.
And as part of those conversations, did they relate to the expected rate of return that Tahi was meant to deliver?
Well, until the revised letter of change in expected return on the 14th of December, we were operating under a statement of expectations. We've clarified that our pricing was consistent with expected return of 1.5%.
Did Mr. Midhar at any time encourage you or ask you to reopen the heads of agreement prior to the issuance of the letter of expectation?
Mr. Midhar informed us that there was going to be probably a revised expectation from the shareholders on the rate of return.
My question was
during that meeting.
During that weekend, thank you. But my question was, did Mr. Midhar ask you to reopen the agreement of your own volition in order to renegotiate the access agreements that you'd already signed?
I don't think that would be necessarily a fair characterisation.
How would you characterise? What request did Mr. Miller make?
I can't particularly recall what Mr. Nita asked us, but I understand that there was, at that point of time, discussions around having a revised expectation in terms of a return on investment. And I did ask Mr. Nita that I would need some written confirmation on this.
Yes, that was my core question. Did you insist on the Minister issuing you with a new letter of expectations prior to you embarking upon any further process?
Mr. Ripley, I take governance very seriously. I report to a board, and the board has to have consideration around the shareholders' expectations.
I'm not critical of you whatsoever. I'm just asking a direct question. Did you ask for the expectations to be changed by way of writing directly from the tenderer, or the finance?
And the short answer, Mr. Ripley, is yes, absolutely, because I was operating under a statement of expectation until that date, which specifically specified a 1.5% return to government, and I did indicate in writing to Mr. Nita that if that was going to change, I needed some formal confirmation, which I received on the 14th of December.
Can I ask you, Ms. Collins, my final question here, to table all correspondence between you and Mr. Mita and any other Treasury official that you were in with from December 11 to December 18, if you don't mind?
I'll take that question on notice. Thank you.
And Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of you for making the time to come here today. Mr. Morgan, listening to your opening statement, you referred to this being the Auditor General's report being an important milestone for Tahi, and you seemed almost celebratory about it. I think the ordinary person reading the Auditor General's report would see that Tahi's accounting treatment scraped through by the skin of his teeth. And we have an Auditor General's report that flags a number of ongoing concerns that really doesn't give any comfort that Tahi's going to meet the accounting treatment in the future. Why are you referring to it in such a sunny manner, shall we say?
Thank you, Ms. Ford. I'm not sure I'm feeling all that sunny a mood at the moment, but the issue of an unqualified audit opinion is important for us, and it's important because it establishes a milestone of having completed the transition process through to where we are now. And as I mentioned before, the Auditor General also said that we had met all legislative and other compliance obligations. So yes, there are 3 issues referred to in emphasis of matters. That's not unusual, and I don't find it that unusual for an organisation that's in a fairly early start-up stage as a state-owned corporation. The matters raised by the Auditor General are ones we share the same view on, but I would say that the Auditor General was able to issue an unmodified opinion, so she took into account the activities, the continual growth of the organisation that gave her comfort enough to issue an unqualified opinion. If she had a completely adverse opinion on those matters, the audit opinion would not have been unqualified.
So the audit of the state's finances was significantly delayed because we were waiting for this discussion to wrap up in relation to Tahi's accounting between the Auditor General and government and Tahi. It's true, isn't it, that we were very close to getting a qualified opinion from the Auditor General when it came to Tahi's accounting?
We had regular meetings with the Audit Office. We weren't involved in the direct negotiations about the treatment of Tahi's equity injections as equity or as an expense, if you like, a capital expense. That was entirely a negotiation between the Audit Office and Treasury. What we did know from the conversations we had on a regular basis, because the Audit Office was actually very helpful in keeping us appraised was that in order to avoid the qualification that a number of matters need to be resolved in a particular way, and that's where it ended up.
And one of those matters, in order to sort of patch things up and allow the unqualified opinion to be issued, was this renegotiation of the access fees. Is that correct?
Well, what had to happen was that the Audit Office needed to see a higher rate of return to be satisfied that we retained our PNFC classification as a state-owned corporation. And a result of that increased return, as advised by Ms. Collin that we received from the Minister on the 14th of December, was that that access fee would have to be renegotiated. And ERC apparently considered that the previous day, i.e. the 13th of December.
So given that it was
right, it was a result of,
Given that it was clear that the access fees needed to be renegotiated in order to comply with that letter from the 14th of December, how come on the 16th of December, when you appeared before our committee, you told my colleague, Mr. Mookie, that there was no renegotiation of those access fees ongoing?
What I do recall, Ms. Boyd, was that almost the last statements I made in my last appearance was two things. One, to express that the rate of return that was now required was 2.5%, and then to have a discussion with Mr. Shoebridge about the fact that we would have a commercial negotiation, and he questioned whether I was confident that we would have a positive outcome for Tahi on that negotiation, to which I replied I was confident.
I'm looking at Sorry, go ahead.
So I think that what I did was I said, I thought initially that Mr. Mookie was talking about the broader rail access undertaking which is in place for all users of railway, private, public railway users. I then, when I rejoined or was re-questioned, I said I'd like to provide a point of clarification, because if your question was directed to the rail access agreements with City Trains and New South Wales Trains, yes, because of the increase in return, there would need to be a negotiation, as is contemplated under the agreements every year, and that I was ultimately confident that we would have that negotiation and we would be able to achieve the return asked for.
Understood. So when it came to renegotiating those access agreements, which I understand Tahi has an official role in coordinating, is it the case that if Transport for New South Wales had turned around and said, no, we're not paying more, that you then would have been faced with getting a qualified opinion from the Auditor General?
Let me ask Ms. Collin to deal with the process of renegotiation, because this is an important point that you make, and it goes to ultimately the memorandum of understanding that was concluded on the 18th of December, and what that actually means in reality, and how it will move forward from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Chair. So I think that we have some additional comments. You were quite right in terms of us, Tahi, being the service provider, that we have to make sure that our customers are funded should we seek an increase in the pricing. The letter we received from our shareholder, the Treasury, on the 14th of December assures that Treasury will be funding the operator for that increased pricing. So that gave us assurance that we had a framework. I also would like to correct when you mentioned that the agreements were being renegotiated. They haven't been yet. The track access agreement having their clause which allows for a review of the pricing on an annual basis, and that's what we'll be doing at the end of this quarter and before the end of the financial year. So we haven't renegotiated yet. We've signed a heads of agreement which gives an intention to renegotiate, and that's actually been highlighted by the Auditor General in her report as an emphasis of uncertainty. I'm confident that we can deliver on the rate of return which is expected by the shareholders, because our operators will be funded accordingly. There are other matters to consider as part of this renegotiation, which are how the transport investment plan changes as part of the budget process, and whether the capex that was forecast last year has been delivered and if there is any change in the assets. So it's a matter of just a bit more complex than just a change in the rate of return. So we haven't bypassed, if you will, just to clear. We've actually will be consistent with the agreements that are in place. We haven't reopened them. We'll just use the provisions that are in this agreement to review the pricing.
So perhaps if I could just put it in a more simple way, the event that occurred in a hurry that required the Department of Transport to pay an additional $5.2 billion in its agreements, whatever that agreement is called. If they had not agreed to that amount, to that increase, is it then correct that you could not have received an unqualified opinion?
Look, it's not in my business to be speculative. What I'm dealing at the moment is facts. We've entered into a heads of agreement which has been signed between TAHI, TFNSW, Sydney Trains and New South Train. We indicate a commitment to review the pricing as per the expectation and some guidelines. So I'm afraid I can't comment on the speculations.
In substance, the effect of Transport agreeing to pay that additional $5.2 billion was to fix the accounting treatment for TAHI, wasn't it?
Again, I couldn't say that it's to fix the accounting for TAHI. The matter that we had in discussion between us and the Audit Office related essentially to the valuation of our assets, which we came to landing on and agreeing on difference of judgment. I can't comment for the impact on the state's account.
We will move to the opposition.
Mr. Morgan and or Ms. Collins, when did the Auditor General sign your financial statements?
Mr. Bookie, that was the 24th of December, the day.
Yep, thank you. Why has TAHI failed to table its annual report into the Parliament?
Do you know the process?
We still are, with my understanding, and you'll excuse me because I'm not completely familiar with the process, but we still to receive a report from the Audit Office. I've had conversation with the Audit Office at the beginning of this week. My understanding was the priority was from the Audit Office on the state's account, and we still need to receive further reports from the Audit Office, at which point we will table our annual report.
So, Mr. Morgan and Ms. Collins, both of you have made repeated references to the audit's opinion as being unqualified. And look, I accept it's not a technical qualification. The commentary of the auditor and the notes are important. We haven't seen yours. How can we take you that you're properly representing the auditor's position when we haven't seen your annual report or the auditor's independent report on your statements?
Mr. Bookie, I guess those accounts will be tabled as soon as can be. But I think you should ask the Auditor General this afternoon whether the substance and in fact the words of the Auditor General's report on TAHI is effectively, in respect of TAHI, the same in both sets of accounts. I think that would be a question she could answer. We certainly have, the audit report that I have for TAHI is, I would say, without comparing word for word, identical to effectively to what's been captured in the state account.
Mr. Morgan, I invite you
the timing of the lodgement of those accounts, we would like them lodged as soon as possible. I wish they were before you today.
Indeed. And look, I ask because I think you're the only New South Wales government agency that's yet to do so. And I'll take it up with the Auditor General as you direct me to. But can I just return to the timeline that we were talking about before? You received a letter of expectation on the 14th of Tuesday, the 14th of December. The 16th of December, it's announced in the half-year budget review that there's an additional $1.1 billion going to your customers to pay you. And then the heads of agreement is signed on the 18th of December, which is Saturday. Why was there such an urgency to enter into a heads of agreement 4 days after receiving your new expectations?
Mr. Mookie, the finalisation of the Tahi accounts and the state accounts was dependent on the Auditor General being satisfied on a range of fronts, including obviously the return that Tahi was expected to generate. And from the point of view of moving as far down the track as we could on putting those arrangements in place, and for me as a chair, and for my board as directors being confident that we were presenting a set of accounts on which we could rely, there, as Ms Collin previously said, there needed to be some confidence and an update on one, expectations, and two, a statement of a memorandum of understanding prepared to provide the evidence not only to us but also to the Auditor General. So
Clearly,
both the Director and the Auditor General required as much confirmation as possible that we could be certain, have some certainty over the revenue streams that backed up the evaluation of the assets.
So just, is this perhaps the correct, my understanding your evidence correctly, Mr. Morgan, when I say the reason why the heads of agreement had to be signed with 4 days after you received the updated expectations was if you didn't, the Auditor General wouldn't have signed your account 6 days later, and nor would she have signed the state's account 6 days later.
Look, that's the case, but the primary thing you should be focused on is whether the directors would have signed the account 6 days later. And without enough evidence to underwrite the value of our assets, which had increased from our previous value based on 1.5% return, we, the directors, would have signed the accounts. And if we don't sign the accounts, the Auditor General doesn't sign the accounts. So we work.
I'll take you up on that.
So I beg your pardon, let me continue. The Auditor General and directors of the company work hand in hand, independently but hand in hand.
My time is limited. And I did want to pick up on the point you're making. But Tahi had provided the Auditor General with draft accounts prior to you formally signing the accounts for 24. That's correct?
Correct.
And you as directors would have seen the draft accounts, that's correct?
Correct.
And you would have seen...
The draft account... Sorry.
And at the time you saw the draft accounts as directors, no aspect of it caused you to question whether or not they were accurate. Is that fair?
Correct, but they were draft accounts awaiting audit.
And then sometime you provided, if one knows you can provide us the exact date you provided the Auditor General with draft accounts, that would be helpful, but we will ask the Auditor General as well. But the Auditor General at this point...
Certainly, we'd be delighted to do that.
But the Auditor General by this point had indicated to you, had she not, that she wasn't going to sign your accounts unless there were substantial changes.
I'd have to take that on notice, but I don't believe so. At that point in time, the majority of discussion would have been, and the Auditor General should confer, or should be asked whether it's the case, between Treasury and between the Auditor General, because the principal issue they were narrowing down on is whether the injections into Tahi would be equity or otherwise.
Yes, I appreciate that. But the Auditor General is your independent auditor as well, is she not?
I beg your pardon?
The Auditor General is your independent auditor, is she not?
Correct.
So I'm not asking about her interactions with Treasury in respect to Treasury accounts. I'm asking in respect to her capacity, her function as your independent auditor. She indicated to you, in respect to your own financial statements, that on the basis of the drafts she has seen, they weren't accurate. Is that fair?
I don't believe so, but I'd be happy to take that on notice because the way that the presentation of draft accounts works is that we obviously have a process during the year where the Auditor General is interacting with the organisation. We prepare a set of draft accounts. They are not signed off by the directors. They are not the directors' final accounts. They are accounts which are presented for audit.
Yes.
The major point of discussion between ourselves and the Auditor General at that point in time what is the basis on which assets would be valued, and we've had that discussion at previous hearings.
My final question.
And frankly, that was the biggest issue that Tahi dealt with the Auditor General. The question of equity was not our primary issue. It was an issue that was going to result out of, or an outcome of the discussion between the Treasury and the Auditor General. You need to be very clear on that.
My final question is to you or Ms. Holland, however you think best to answer. On or about the 18th of December, did you inform the Treasurer Premier's office or the Finance Minister, as your shareholder ministers and the head of the government, that you had entered into this heads of agreement? And what briefings did you provide your shareholding ministers, both the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, from the 16th of December onwards?
Look, I'm happy to take the question. I cannot recall exactly what was the date after the 18th of December, but I remember that me writing to the Treasurer and confirming that we had entered into a heads of agreement, and that would have been the week after the 18th of December.
All right, thanks for your attendance today, Ms. Collin and Mr. Morgan. Did you hear the evidence given by Treasury this morning?
We heard most of it.
And Ms. Collin, just to check, have you read the audit report? The one that was delivered yesterday, the one that was delivered yesterday, have you read that?
I've read the section, I've read the section that relates to Tahi, which are Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, yes.
All right. So did you read the passage that begins, between 9 July and 1 December 2021, New South Wales Treasury submitted 3 versions of estimated returns with respect to the GGS investment in Tahi. All of these models were unsophisticated, containing errors, omissions and/or poor logic. Most importantly, none were able to demonstrate that a realistic rate of return could be derived from the GGS investment in Tahi. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
And then did you hear New South Wales Treasury say that in fact it was Tahi that produced those models?
I did hear that, and my response to that is I'm not privy to the model, to the information that Treasury provided to the audit office, so I can't comment on it.
Well, did you provide models to Treasury? Did you provide during that time, which estimated the returns?
We certainly developed our own internal model, which backs our pricing and our valuation. We were asked by Treasury at the end of, during that time in December, to assist them with the provision of information to the audit office, but I cannot comment on the information that has been provided to the audit office. So,
just to be clear, did you give versions of estimated returns to Treasury during that period between July and December 2021?
I'll have to take that question on the notice to exactly answer it, but my recollection is that we did provide some information to assist Treasury in the development of the financial models that we provided to Treasury.
All right, so you can't say whether or not what Treasury told us, which is that the models that were unsophisticated, contain errors, omissions and or poor logic, you can't say whether or not they were your models or not. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Treasury said they were, though. Treasury, no, just to be clear, I'll come to you in a second, Mr. Morgan. Treasury said they were. Treasury said that they were your models. Should we accept Treasury's word? Do you think we should?
I cannot comment on Treasury word. I cannot comment on the information that Treasury provided to the audit office.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would probably be helpful to say, as Mr. Treasury said, as far as I'm aware, and I did check this with Ms. Collin before, I don't believe that there's been any criticism by the audit office of the quality of the modelling that we did within Tahi that they would have looked at and relied on. So I'm not sure of what was provided by Treasury to the audit office or who the source of really was.
Ms. Collin, did Tahi provide... Sorry. Well, Ms. Collin, did Tahi provide separate modelling to Treasury, to the audit office?
Tahi provided information to support the valuation of our assets.
Did you provide modelling?
So, and that was also independently audited with independent experts on both sides, the Tahi and the audit office.
Did you provide...
For the purpose of the valuation of assets.
Ms. Collin, my question was about modelling. Did you provide modelling about the expected returns to the audit office?
I'll have to take that question on notice, Mr. Schubert.
Is it true, Ms. Collin, that in the initial accounts that Tahi provided to both Treasury and to the audit office, those accounts excluded Tahi's original asset write-down?
No, that wouldn't be correct.
Mr. Schubert, that's incorrect because the write-down would be reflected in a reduction in the reserves, so it actually appears on the face of the balance sheet. The original write-down that you're referring to is the one which was obviously discussed between Treasury and the Audit Office in terms of understanding the return that would be achieved by Treasury or by the shareholders over a period of time. We were not a party to that discussion.
So
the write-down is included in Tahi's accounts.
all right, and you're saying, so where the Auditor General says that there are errors in what was provided to them by Treasury, including, and I quote, excluding Tahi's original asset write-down value of $24.8 billion, later amended to $20.3 billion, being holding gains, losses arising from valuation changes. The Treasury went off on a frolic of its own, did it, and provided different information to what you provided to Treasury. Is that your position?
Yeah. Our position is that the holding loss you're referring to is in the balance sheet and always has been of Tahi because it is a real a reduction in reserves. As to the discussion between Treasury and the Audit Office as to whether that amount should or should not be included in the calculation of return is not a question that I can answer.
All right. So it wasn't your doing, though, that excluded that write-down from the modelling. You didn't exclude that write-down from the modelling?
No. I don't believe you had that we were involved in that discussion.
We were.
We were not, okay.
All right. Then are you aware of the concerns of the Auditor General that that the accounts, the draft accounts at least provided to them in relation to Tahi, were potentially going to contain a material misstatement without the $5.1 billion additional contribution from licence fees? When were you first aware of those concerns?
I don't believe, Mr. Shoebridge, that the absence or otherwise of the 5.2 million would result in material misstatement. As I said before, the most difficult discussion that we had with the Audit Office was really about how to value the fixed assets. We'd come up with a more conservative number through our experts. They'd come up with a more aggressive number, and the difference was at one stage 4 billion, and that's referred to. That was the major point of our discussion.
All right. Well, the Auditor General's report says, as a result of signing the heads of agreement on 18 December 2021, $5.2 billion in access and licence fees were added to the discounted cash flow valuation, resulting in an upward revaluation of Tahi's PPE and intangibles. This ensured Tahi's asset values fell within a supportable range and were not materially misstated at 30 June 2021. Do you agree with that conclusion from the Auditor General?
There were two steps.
Yeah, there were two steps in the process. Firstly, when we prepared the draft accounts, they were based on a return of 1.5%, and we debated that at a previous committee meeting. We were then provided with an update, which I referred to last time, of 2.5%. To achieve the 2.5%, the 5.2 in round terms was needed, and we absolutely agreed that we actually agreed with the Auditor General as to where we would land on a asset valuation incorporating that cash flow. There was no disagreement with the Auditor General about that at all, and it was it was a result of these stages we've been through with the Audit Office and giving effect to the agreement struck on equity between Treasury, presumably, and the Audit Office.
All right. Look, my final question is this. What is Tahi's strategy to recover that now $20.3 billion loss? You're required to recover the loss if you want to have your accounts signed off by the Auditor General. What's your strategy to recover that $20.3 billion loss?
Look, as I mentioned, we've got various levers to produce revenues. One of them at the moment is certainly our access and license fees, and we'll consider a renegotiation or a review of the pricing with the transport operators. But as I mentioned in my opening statements, there are many more opportunities where we can drive an additional return and hopefully in excess of the 2.5%. And that's certainly my intention as we develop the property portfolio, that we invest and create a stream of sustainable investment that can be distributed to Treasury.
Ms. Collin, Ms. Morgan, thank you for your attendance today. I think there are a couple of questions taken on notice. If I could also ask you, in taking on notice, if you have any board-adopted strategies for recovering that $20.3 billion, if you could provide us with details of that. But also if you could provide us with a copy of the heads of agreement and relevant correspondence to the heads of agreement, we'd appreciate that too.
And Chair, can I also ask for the updated letter around the statement of expectations that was issued on the 14th of December last year too?
All right. I saw some... Yep. Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Thanks, Ms. Collin. And again, thank you for your time. Yeah, Mr. Morgan.
Chair, before we leave, could I make one comment? And there's much concern about the $5.2 billion over 4 years. The one thing I would say is, of course, that to the extent that that produces a surplus within Tahi, it does a number of things. One, it helps us recover the write-off you mentioned over the longer term. But two, the surplus will go forward to funding assets in accordance with Transport's plan. And in the excess, once we've determined our capital management plan and come to an agreement with government, we'll go back to government. And the government will use that for whatever purposes it needs to run the state. So it's not as if the 5.2 disappears down a black hole or is leached out. It will actually be put to use and probably avoid some equity injections from Treasury around the development of new assets.
Well, I think, Mr. Morgan, I think if we're talking about the $5.2 billion, one of your biggest problems is that your primary customer, Transport for New South Wales, told us they haven't agreed to pay it yet. So that's a problem for you, isn't it? They just told us in the previous session they haven't agreed to pay it.
Negotiations, I think that's an incorrect assumption. Where we're at is that the negotiations have opened up, and as Ms. Collin very clearly pointed out, the access and licence agreements have a mechanism in it, which is a normal mechanism, which will not require the agreements to be put aside, but rather allow for the development of this additional amount in accordance with the bands allowed by IPART. So, you asked me at the last appearance. I'm again confident that we'll get to an agreement with Transport of that magnitude.
All right. We appreciate seeing the heads of agreement, which Mr. Sharp described as an agreement to agree, as opposed to an agreement, but they'll speak for themselves, Mr. Morgan. But I do want to appreciate your assistance today. So with that, we will enter a recess and come back at 2 p.m, where we'll be hearing from the Auditor General, the Deputy Auditor General and the Assistant Auditor General.
Me?
Welcome to the afternoon session of the Public Accountability Committee's inquiry into the Transport Asset Holding Entity. This afternoon we're hearing from the Office of the Audit Office of New South Wales, the Auditor General Ms Margaret Crawford, the Deputy Auditor General Mr Ian Goodwin and the Assistant Auditor General Mr Scott Stanton. I'd like to thank all three witnesses for attending this afternoon, and perhaps if in that order you could give your name, your title and then take either an oath or an affirmation. Ms Crawford.
Thank you, Margaret Crawford, Auditor General for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. Mr Goodwin.
Good afternoon, Chair. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And you do that in your capacity, Mr Goodwin, as Deputy Auditor General?
My apologies, Chair. Correction, Ian Goodwin, Deputy Auditor General from the Audit Office, New South Wales.
Thanks, Mr Goodwin. Mr Stanton.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Stanton, Assistant Auditor General from the Audit Office of New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Again, thank you to all three witnesses for coming, and it was our original intention to hear from you last year, but on mature reflection we thought it was best to wait until the State Finances audit had been completed, and that happened fairly recently. If any of you would like to make an opening statement, now is the opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. I'm very pleased to inform the committee that I have completed my obligation to audit the total state accounts and Tahi accounts and have tabled my report to Parliament on State Finances 2021. On this occasion, my report is presented in some detail, not just the outcome of the audit, but on the process to get there and the risks and uncertainties remaining. As I said in my introduction to that report, my independent auditor's opinion on the state's consolidated financial statements, albeit delayed, is unqualified. However, it does include an emphasis of matter, drawing attention to significant uncertainties remaining in relation to the state's equity investment in Tahi. I must say, though, at this point that I was quite alarmed by the evidence presented by Ms Sharp earlier today regarding the $5.2 billion increase in funding to Transport for New South Wales to pay so that the operators could pay increased access fees to Tahi. The quantum of payments was never part of the uncertainties that we referenced. We agreed in good faith to accept the heads of agreement undertakings. On the basis of what we've heard today, we will now have to reaffirm these commitments. Okay, back to my introduction to the report. I have explained that the delay in completing the audit was due to protracted disagreement over the government's cash contribution to Tahi. This may have been avoided had certain reports been provided to my office earlier and had the engagement with auditees been more open to different views. To be clear, this year's audit was extraordinary. And unusual in my experience over nearly 6 years as Auditor General. It tested the relationships and resilience of staff of both organisations, and I think we must now work really hard to restore the trust that is essential to the conduct of audit and essential to confidence in the financial management of the state's resources. Having completed the audit and my reporting obligations, I am pleased to provide testimony to this committee today. I do note at this juncture that at your last hearing, the former Secretary of Treasury referred to my absence as me having pulled out. I note, Chair, that you corrected this characterisation, and I thank you for that. To be clear, until my audit is complete, there are limitations on what I can say, and I did not wish to waste the committee's time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I've just, so the record is entirely clear, it was the position of the committee that this has been the most appropriate order in which to hear from you following the completion of your report. So we do appreciate that. I will hand over to the opposition to commence questioning. Daniel, if you do that a fourth time, you will forego your first position as questioner, and I'll go to Ms Boyd first next.
Sorry, Chair. This time I unmuted on the software, just not on the microphone. So
Okay.
I'm getting there. Auditor General, I might just start. Firstly, can I appreciate you and your staff appearing today as well. And secondly, I'm just going to take it as assumed that everybody here who's giving evidence has read the report as well. So thank you. Auditor General, I might just start with the statement you made in your opening statement in which you referred to Mr Sharp's evidence. When you said that this had caused, did I hear you correctly when you said it some alarm or?
I think that's a concern.
Concern.
I'll have to go back to my notes.
That's okay. We'll go off concern. When you said that...
No, I didn't say, my apologies, I said I was quite alarmed.
I thought so. You were quite alarmed. What about his evidence alarmed you?
The fact that he really raised, I guess, a question over whether the renegotiated agreements would reflect the terms of the heads of agreement that was entered into on the 18th of December last year, which made specific reference to an additional contribution to Transport for New South Wales of $5.2 billion, which was to pay for increased access fees to Tahi.
Okay, and just to be very clear here, your decision to issue the accounts without qualification did it turn specifically on that representation or those representations?
That was one of the key matters that meant that we could be satisfied that there was going to be a reasonable return, that Tahi would earn a reasonable return on the state's equity investment in Tahi.
And was that because either you were given representations or the documents made it clear that rather than the heads of agreement weren't just an agreement to agree, but were an actual agreement, enough at least for you to be able to accept the representations?
It was a heads of agreement to renegotiate the agreements, but as I said in my opening statement, we accepted that in good faith, that would be followed through quickly and be the terms of the heads of agreement would be converted into legal agreements as soon as possible.
And now, having heard the Secretary's evidence, that's given you doubt as to whether or not that is actually going to happen.
I think it needs now to be reaffirmed.
What does that mean, Auditor General?
Well, in the first instance, I would go back to Treasury and seek their affirmation that what they indicated in their heads of agreement would now be converted into formal legal agreements. In the first instance, that would be my course of action.
But Treasury cannot compel Transport to sign an agreement. If Transport refuses to follow through on the commitments that were made in the heads of agreement, or if the outcome of their negotiations with Tahi are substantially different, what does that mean for the audit?
Yeah. It does have consequences. I may, if I might, Mr Mookie, ask my Deputy Auditor General to speak to the next steps. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you, Margaret. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think just to be clear, the accounting issue that we had was about whether to treat the cash contribution as an equity investment. That required evidence of an intention to generate a realistic return, and that intention needed to be backed by something. Up until a point in mid-December, that evidence did not exist. Actions taken by government to put additional funding towards Tahi was change the projections that Treasury, that you spoke about those earlier projections, change those projections. And it put that on the path that there was going to be now an intention to be able to earn that realistic return to meet that financial reporting requirement. When we came to considering the audit opinion, the issue we had was that we needed to see that concretised in an agreement. And we had suggested to Treasury that we wanted to, our very strong preference was to see that in signed agreements. But it was explained that those signed agreements take some time. And obviously there was an imperative to sign the accounts. But it was also assured in verbal conversations with Treasury that that 5.2 billion absolutely would follow through into the heads of agreement. So the heads of agreement was us being pragmatic that there was a procedural administrative matter that needed to be completed. The 5.2 billion was never in question. And so the evidence presented earlier today that the 5.2 billion might be in question is the first time this office has heard that. And we need to clarify that, because that becomes important. If that 5.2 billion doesn't have a reality, it undermines the projections that Treasury put to the audit office about that rate of return. And we're back to where we were before mid-December.
So I appreciate that, Mr. Goodwin, but if it sounds like you were given a clear commitment from the Treasury, and that commitment is now in doubt. Is that a fair summary of what we're saying?
We were given a clear commitment from Treasury. We had a signed heads of agreement that sought to, I guess, clarify that commitment in writing. The wording, though, in that heads of agreement, which is why we had the significant uncertainty, said that the heads of agreement formed the basis of negotiations.
But Mr. Goodwin, there's a reasonable risk now that the audit office is duped.
So there's some testimony that was provided this morning that the audit office now needs to clarify as to whether that was actually the intent of the wording. We definitely need to clarify.
Mr. Lookie, perhaps also the same question to the Auditor General is that, do you also feel that that commitment is now in doubt?
Well, I mean, I heard the testimony, and I could only say, as I did in my opening, that I was quite alarmed by that evidence. I could imagine that Mr. Sharp may not have got it 100% right, but I don't know that. So our next step is obviously to go back really to Treasury in the first instance to affirm what was the basis upon which we issued I issued my unqualified opinion.
Auditor General and/or Deputy Auditor General. There's a position advanced by Mr. Sharp was also supported by Tahi's, which is both of them warrant said that the final outcome will follow a negotiation. At this point, it's just an agreement to agree. So just to be very clear, Mr. Sharp, it wasn't just him. Did you see the Tahi's evidence?
We did.
And they confirmed that these negotiations, that all that has been entered into is a heads of agreement to negotiate with a view that an outcome is reached between February and March. No one was prepared to warrant that it was 5.2 billion. Myself, my colleague Ms. Boyd, Mr. Graham and Mr. Schubert pushed a bit hard on this. On the basis of seeing both their evidence, should we be worried that the audit has to be reopened, or the audit was agreed to on a false basis, or on the basis of representations which were inaccurate to you?
Ian.
Margaret, do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. It's not the first time that we've heard evidence presented to this committee that is probably the first time we've heard a fact. So I think, in fairness to Treasury, the Secretary of Transport and to the Representative Tahi, we need to just now clarify the language that was there. At the moment, what I do have is a signed heads of agreement that form the basis of negotiation. That heads of agreement document actually has a table in it, and that table actually has the 5.2 billion in it. That 5.2 billion also represents what I understood in my conversations with senior people from Treasury would crystallise, and from representations that we got from New South Wales Treasury, that was briefed to government as part of revising the mid-year budget review. So the 1.1 billion that was going to adjust into the reflected in the mid-year budget review in the forward estimates, plus the 4.1 billion that sat outside the 4.1 billion, we went to great lengths to confirm that that was briefed to government. So we had every reason to believe that the 5.2 billion was not in doubt. What we now need to do, because it's very important to the judgments formed in the Auditor General's opinion, is confirm that language that was put this morning does not undermine that 5.2 billion.
My last question on this is, you, the Auditor General, in your report, you make the point quite clear and easily understood, for what it's worth, that beyond the forward estimates, for which at least 4.1 billion of this money has to arrive in Tahi's accounts through these fees, that's not in the forward estimates, that's not in the budget. And you make the point quite clearly that the government hasn't included it in their forward figures, which would give them the power to deviate from the heads of agreement. And doesn't that further raise questions as to whether or not the heads of agreement can be relied upon for the purposes of the audit? Now that you've heard this?
Again, as Mr Goodwin said, we certainly received assurances from Treasury that the additional 4.1 billion had been raised with government and was a commitment of government. Now, it's not unusual that wouldn't be in the forward estimates because they go through to 2025. But that is that's why we raise it as part of our emphasis of matter as an area of uncertainty.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Crawford, and all of you for your work on this and for your very comprehensive, if not alarming, report. Having watched the Treasury and Transport officials and Tahi over the last year, it seems to me that what we have here is a series of events which are basically a scramble to fix an initial mistake. To what extent do you think that the agreement that was reached on the 16th of December was one of those sort of scrambling events? And do you think that the absolute bare minimum was done at that point, so the signing of the heads of agreement and the commitment of the initial 1.1, just to get the audit review across the line?
The actions that were taken between the 14th of December and the 18th of December were the actions that were needed to pass the accounting tests for the equity injection into Tahi. So they did achieve that. They did meet those requirements from the accounting requirements. So, it was all done in a very tight period of time. It was in all of our interest to finalise the signing of the accounts before Christmas. We had, as I have said in my opening statement, this whole exercise really did test the resilience of our people, and to drag it out after Christmas, really, we would have if we had to, but it was certainly, we were keen, as was Treasury, to get the matter done by Christmas. That doesn't mean to say that we cut corners. We absolutely made sure that we had confidence that the accounting tests were met in order to be able to sign off on the opinion. We also went to great lengths with Treasury to make sure that they, in their financial statements, referenced also in note 11, I think it is, Ian, the uncertainties, and made full disclaimers that we could reference in our emphasis of matter. So I think we passed all the tests. Yes, it was you know, pretty much 24 hours a day work involved to get there, but it does pass the test.
So when I asked the previous witnesses today the question, was the commitment of $5.2 billion necessary in order to get an unqualified audit opinion from you? That's correct, isn't it?
It depends if you're talking about Tahi or the total state accounts. Ian, did you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, and it's a good segue just to clarify a couple of things, if I may. So we're talking two different accounts here. We're talking the whole of government accounts, total state sector, and then the Tahi accounts, which is one of the entities that make up the total state sector. So there were separate issues for each, and in both audits, so there were both two audits, both culminated with issues that had potential for qualification for each. In terms of the total state sector accounts, the answer to your question is absolutely yes. The $5.2 billion that was provided for, that we understood, that was reflected in the heads of agreement, the $5.2 billion was absolutely the critical factor to changing from a qualified opinion on the whole government accounts. And that's why the Auditor General is saying that the testimony provided this morning needs to now be clarified. In terms of Tahi's own accounts, they were separate issues. So the Tahi has to fair value its assets, and there was some contested views that we communicated to Tahi that unless they were changed would also be a material misstatement. A material misstatement means a qualification. Now those were around the asset valuation. I would say the asset valuation of Tahi is a very complex matter, just working through the discounted cash flows and agreeing on some quite complex assumptions around discount rates, the alpha and the beta and the gearing matters. So they were complex and they do have a degree of judgment. But ultimately, we were able to agree with Tahi on the fair value of their assets. That is important because the fair value of the assets leads to the size of the write-down. That became the question of the return. So the valuation of Tahi's assets, which broke down by a significant amount, Tahi has to present those assets correctly in their own accounts, and we had some matters that we dealt there. But the outcome of that asset valuation became the issue for the total state accounts in terms of understanding whether there would be a realistic rate of return on the government's current contribution into Tahi. So two separate issues. But the short answer to your question is $5.2 billion, yes, was important.
So just to clarify on that then, in relation to the state's accounts, in order to pass the audit or to get an unqualified audit opinion, $5.2 billion had to be committed in quite a rapid fashion in December. Yeah. Can I just clarify though with you that $5.2 billion is just for the first 10 years of operation of Tahi, is that correct? What's consequence on the budget after that?
Correct. So if I may, I guess when the accounting issues became well understood, there were three options on the table effectively before Treasury and us. We before the middle of December had communicated that on the current calculations, when you incorporate that loss that Tahi had, there was not a sufficient rate of return to justify under the Government and Finance Statistics Manual that you could classify this as an equity contribution. It would need to be an expense. So we communicated that the options there were to avoid a qualification, to reverse the accounting entry and expense it, or provide evidence that there was a sufficient rate of return that could be achieved. That latter point is what led to the events in mid-December, quite rapid events, that led to the $5.2 billion. I would say we never put an amount on the table that government had to put it to show the rate of return. What we did say is that you had to have a rate of return that earned at 2.5% because in the absence of a government policy around that return, we referred to the long-term inflation rate and the Commonwealth Department of Finance's guidance on this. So to earn that 2.5%, but in addition to recover the revaluation loss. We also agreed that it was not unreasonable to recover that revaluation loss over the asset useful life, so that's why it's about a 30-year period. But what that means is that there's still a long tail of additional funding that needs to come in to earn that rate of return. So the rate of return calculation is not a rate of return for 1 year, it's looked at over that 30-year period. And
so you can't calculate that precisely then, but what you're saying is there's an amount that's much larger than the 5.2 billion that will be needing to come out of future budgets after 2021.
And that's why we've made a recommendation to Treasury and to the Tahi board, but it sits immediately with Treasury around improving the state of their projections, because the projections that were provided to us, and I just want to clarify, the projections are provided by Treasury, not by Tahi. So, and I can go and explain that a bit more, but there was a bit of confusion this morning in the testimony. Those projections are provided by New South Wales Treasury. They do have inputs from Tahi, but when we got to the final projection, what we had was 20 years of a one-line growth of 2.5%. And we're saying that for now, because this is a first-year operation of Tahi in its new design, we can accept that. But what Treasury needs to do with the Tahi board is a more sophisticated set of projections rather than one line from year 11 through to year 30 plus of just assuming a 2.5% growth rate, because we don't know what the source or the means that's going to be there. But what it does see, and it's outlined in the Auditor General's report, is a significant amount of expenditure going forward.
So the projections that were given to you, or the estimated returns, contain a number of errors as detailed on page 11 of the Auditor General's report. Are you saying that those errors came from Treasury, and Treasury can't really blame Tahi for that?
So those projections, what we're talking about is, so there's an operating model, and that certainly sits with the Tahi board, but that's not what we're talking about. These were projections to show the evidence whether a sufficient rate of return could be achieved. And we received a number of projections. My understanding is the very first one that we received definitely had some Tahi involvement to provide what their revenue numbers were understood to be under the Statement of Corporate Intent. But ultimately, that was a calculation that New South Wales Treasury provides to demonstrate whether they could earn a rate of return to support the accounting treatment as an equity investment. So they are New South Wales Treasury's calculations.
Thank you. My time is almost up. I just want to ask one last question.
It is almost up, Abigail, yes. No, you go. One last question.
Just one last question just to wrap this up. So, Ms Crawford, we heard from Mr Morgan that the report you released yesterday was a significant milestone for Tahi, which I characterised as being perhaps unduly sunny. Could you confirm that the entire audit review then and the production of a report that has an unqualified opinion in it is really, it hinges on whether or not that 5.2 billion commitment is correct? And could you just tell us about the uncertainties going into the next year?
The 5.2 billion is one consideration, a very critical consideration, but only one of a number of matters. So going forward, there is still a lot of work to be done. And you referenced Tahi. So in the case of Tahi, really they have a big task in front of them to, rather than just, I guess, talking about the potential for commercial activity and greater returns from outside of government, we need to see some evidence of that. At least a good plan that assists to make it real. Again, Ian, I'll defer to you for anything further on that.
I think you've probably made a very succinct summary there, Margaret.
We'll go over to the opposition. Mr. Mookie or Mr. Graham.
Thank you. Auditor General, just to sort of, I guess, finish this line of questioning. If it's the case, if it is the case that you have classified what is currently termed an equity investment to a grant expense, that would effectively affect the budget result, would it not?
It would impact the budget result, yes.
And should, after your inquiries that you now have to do to confirm intention, confirm that the heads of agreement remains, what powers do you have to reverse your audit? Do you have the power to change your audit or not?
Again, I'll ask Ian to if you could just step through that process, Ian.
Thank you, Margaret. So just to confirm on the budget result, it impacts the general government sector budget result.
Yes.
So it's the general government sector sits within the total state. So there was testimony that when you look at the whole of government, yes, the total state sector, which includes general government sector and the PNFC and PFC, no impact to that, but when you talk about the general government sector, it impacts the general government sector budget result. So the implications is, and I just want to cautiously characterise, it's an if, because we do need to step through the work. But in a hypothetical scenario, if an auditor was presented with information that put into question the evidence that you relied on for your opinion, you would need to reconsider whether to reissue your opinion.
So there's a chance that you're going to have to Auditor General, that you might need to reissue the opinion if, after your inquiries, you decide that you were given incorrect information.
So I think a chance is a bit speculative. I think what we just to be clear, what we have is written evidence in the heads of agreement that reflects the 5.2 billion. What we now need to just do is just clarify the language this morning. I wouldn't want to speculate when he's going forward until we've clarified that.
I think my colleague might have one or two questions.
Thank you for the evidence you've given. That's been very helpful. I just want to clarify exactly what those questions might be. I think we started with the certainty of an unqualified audit, although Auditor General, as you importantly noted, it includes that emphasis of matter, but now some uncertainty. I think you've been clear about the first of those uncertainties, the $5.2 billion, and exactly whether and how that's provided for. I think you've been very clear on that. I imagine, given what you've said, the second matter you'll be keen to clarify is exactly the timing of when those move to the next stage of those formal agreements. Is that one of the other matters you'll be seeking to clarify here?
It's just a given in a sense. I mean, our opinion really, even though we relied on a heads of agreement, our opinion, it is essential that we have signed agreements. That's not, it shouldn't be an uncertainty, it just should happen, although I think we did reference it as one of the things that had to happen. And then there are other matters that go longer term, as I discussed before, in relation to what Tahi needs to do to really firm up its business, its operational and
so
business.
The fact it happens is not in doubt, but the timing of that, do you feel confident after the evidence this morning that you know what the timing of moving to those formal agreements is?
Ian, I think that's what we need to affirm.
Yeah, so what I heard this morning is not different to what we were told in December around timing. So it was explained, these are quite complex agreements, and that would be the case, that it would take time to do it. And it was explained that it would occur in that period of February to March. our initial preference then was to, obviously, in a perfect world, you would sign the audit opinion when those new agreements were signed, but the heads of agreement is a practical way to move forward, and we always understood that it would be in February, March. So
yeah,
just to be clear,
that quite well. Yeah.
It's a procedural matter.
And a third question, when you say you understood this was briefed to government, your report is more specific than that. It says that it has been quite broadly communicated to the Expenditure Review Committee, and that's in relation to the money that is not yet in the budget but will be required to be.
Yes.
So is that something that you now want to clarify? Exactly how has the ERC been briefed and to what extent?
No, we have written confirmation of that from Treasury. So, we have that in writing.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
General, I might just turn to the forward of your report. You say that this year's audit was significantly delayed by a protracted disagreement over the treatment of the government's cash contribution to TAI. And then you go on, this matter was further frustrated by the fact that information was withheld and not shared with my office on a timely basis. And to be fair, you repeat that at multiple instances in the body of the report as well. And you incidentally also provided examples of information that was withheld to you. But I read that, and the inference that I drew was you were being misled. Did you feel like perhaps that you were being misled throughout this process?
That's it's an interesting characterisation. We have been making requests for information around Tahi for a considerable amount of time. I guess we raised the matter or the risks associated with Tahi in our report to Parliament on the finances the year before. And I guess that's and made recommendations for what was needed in respect to Tahi. From that moment on, we were seeking confirmation in documentary form that the recommendations were being implemented, that the operating model, etc., was being progressed. So, as a regular thing, I meet with the Secretary of Treasury. It used to be quarterly, but throughout this year it's been more like monthly. And Ian, my deputy, often joins me at those meetings. And I think it's fair to say, Ian, that at every meeting we raised issues about the need for to receive information, documentation to support the intention with Tahi. As over time, our requests escalated. There's a whole litany of written requests. Scott, the Assistant Auditor General, who's with us today, certainly put in writing on a number of occasions requests for specific documents. I personally wrote to the Secretary of Treasury asking and alerting him to the fact that the time frame for the completion of the audit was going to be at risk if we didn't receive particular information. And in addition to all those many requests, there was, again, evidence provided to your committee that alerted us to other documents that, in fact, were many years old that we had not received. And so it has been a constant issue throughout this process. Now, what word did you use, Mr. Moore?
Misleading. Did you feel misled?
I felt incredibly frustrated, as I said in my report, that we could not get, in a timely way, everything that we were asking for, and that we had to be always so specific as opposed to just relying on information to be freely given to us. So yes, I don't believe I felt misled. I felt that people were not being helpful, that perhaps there was a reluctance to share certain reports with us because those reports may not support the particular outcome that was being sought.
Ms. Crawford, that sounds to me like you weren't being misled, but there was an attempt at a cover-up. not providing you with information that wouldn't support a position, keeping from you information that you would otherwise need. It sounds like that sounds more like a cover-up than a campaign to mislead. Is that an unfair summary, or is that something you can't comment on?
What I can comment on is really in the report, and we're quite fulsome in what we say about these matters in my report. I think in this instance, it was, as I said earlier, this was very unusual. In all the time I've been Auditor General, I've never experienced an issue, an accounting issue. Like every year there is accounting issues in relation to the total state accounts. But this one was very high stakes. It felt like it was very high stakes, and that there was an outcome that people were locked into, and therefore reluctant to provide any information that did not support the policy position.
But if you don't describe that as a cover-up, how do you describe it? Because how else can you describe that?
No, I can only describe the facts as occurred and how our engagement with officers, and that is all documented in my report. So I'll leave it to others to label it.
Ms Crawford, sorry, Daniel, I think it's the next session.
Oh, sorry.
Ms Crawford, Mr Sharp made it abundantly clear in his evidence today that Transport for New South Wales did not have an in-principle agreement to pay the $5.2 billion in additional licence and access fees. What was the position that was relayed to you by Treasury in relation to that matter?
Again, I might defer to Ian for the detail, but what we're referencing is what was in the heads of agreement. But Ian, have you got the detail there?
Yeah, so I think the detail sits in a if I may, in a series of key events. And because we didn't have the perfect world, and the perfect world was signed agreements. And if I may, in our job as auditors, we're faced with making calls of judgment, and sometimes those calls of judgment do rely on your reflections of people's intent. So those key events were that there was a communication to ERC of a magnitude of 5.2 billion. And as the Auditor General said, we got that in a written representation from Treasury. And I certainly got that as a verbal confirmation from the Deputy Secretary that was briefed. That as part of getting government to add the additional 1.1 billion to the mid-year budget. So that's the first step of us looking at intent. The second step was that in conversations with Treasury, we requested that be put into signed license agreements, re-signed agreements before signing, and the practicalities of that were explained, and Treasury made the suggestion of the heads of agreement, and we had no reason to believe that those heads of agreements were not going to have substance going forward. What we did request, if I may just, what we did request is that the heads of agreements were specific to the numbers that were briefed to the ERC, which includes a table at the back as an attachment to that heads of agreement that has those fundings, which are reflected in page 14 of the Auditor General's report, by year, the 5.2 billion. So the judgment was that there was clearly an intent to move forward on that.
Well,
this Tasmanian's wanting to just puts a different colour on that.
Mr Goodwin, it wasn't a vague statement. As I understand it from what's contained in page 14 of your report, the heads of agreement and the commitments given to you were very precise figures going forward. Is that right?
They absolutely were. And that is the basis of which made the judgment that we could see that the returns were going to be earned. But we felt that there was still an uncertainty, but that uncertainty was, if I may, a procedural or administrative matter of timing to convert that heads of agreement into re-signed agreements.
Did Treasury ever convey to you the position that Mr Sharp gave to the committee today? The Transport for New South Wales had not agreed to those precise figures, and indeed were going to enter into a negotiation on the figures between a floor and a ceiling price over February and March of this year.
Absolutely not, and in fact, this heads of us accepting the heads of agreement was a point of tension that I was not always comfortable with, and I specifically had a conversation with the Chief Finance and Operations Officer of Treasury, who was quite clear to me that those amounts would follow through. And if they didn't, everyone would be embarrassed.
If you had had the benefit of Mr Sharp's evidence before you had completed this audit, would you have given an unqualified opinion?
I think what it would have meant is my advice to the Auditor General would have been that we would have had to seek clear affirmation from the Treasurer around that.
And if I could jump in, Mr Shoebridge, that is still the case. I mean, I think we need to, work this through and just simply get the additional affirmation that we're seeking.
And absent that, the option of retrospectively qualifying the accounts is still on the table, isn't it?
Well, it's always on the table for any audit.
Yeah, but
I don't think we're at that point. I think we're well short.
Margaret, if I may, I think in fairness to your question, Chair, I would say that that's very speculative at this point.
Correct.
I wouldn't want to be giving any comfort to that question. Right. I think what we need to do is some work to clarify what was said, because it may not have been. It may have just been words that could have been better expressed. So we need to work that through.
At the very least, it's thrown a great deal of uncertainty into the mix, hasn't it?
It was not expected to be heard.
This isn't the first time, is it, that evidence has come out in this committee that it's had a potential fundamental impact on the valuation of Tahi and on the balance of the evidence given to you by Treasury, is it?
That's correct.
Can you talk us through the other instance?
Do you want me to go with that, Margaret?
Yeah, please.
So we had raised the accounting issue of Tahi last year as a high-risk matter. And that obviously means for the people who are preparing the accounts that there's a lot of work that we need to do on both sides to work through that high-risk matter. And we have been requesting all documents that were relevant to the judgments around Tahi. In I believe it was the mid-November hearing, there was evidence put forward from an accounting firm that pointed us to a report known as the Gold Report that we had not been made aware of. A report that was done by a firm for the Tahi Advisory Board through Transport for New South Wales in 2017 and was considered by the Tahi Advisory Board in early 2018. That report, had we been made aware of it, we would have probably had much earlier conversations on all of these issues. So the issues that came to light to us between the period of June and December 2021, some of those issues, the really important issues around the impact of the asset the possibility of a large asset write-down and the implications of that asset write-down on the accounting treatment, were considered in that gold report. And that gold report was considered by the Tahi Advisory Board, which had deputy secretaries and secretaries as representation.
And would a fair reading...
We weren't aware of that report until your committee hearing.
Yep. Would a fair reading of your request for information that you had made to Treasury about Tahi, would a fair reading provide that you had asked for that report prior to becoming aware of it in this hearing, in the previous hearing?
Yeah, so we have been making multiple requests for documentation that would help us to understand the accounting treatment and the rationale for the accounting treatment. And indeed, documentations that speak to the operating model and business model of Tahi has evolved. If I may just share that, we can't ask for something that we don't know exists. No. So we don't ask for it as a general thing. And to be clear, we made everyone aware that we saw that this is a high-risk matter.
Did Treasury explain how it was that this report, which undermined their position that they were putting to you on how you should treat Tahi's accounts, did they explain how it was that they'd failed to provide it to you, notwithstanding the government had had it for 4 years?
So this matter certainly was raised with the Secretary for Treasury. I accept what the former Secretary of Treasury said, that he said he was not aware of that report, but certainly his Deputy Secretary would have been aware of the report because he was at the meeting, according to the minutes, that considered that report. I don't have a clear explanation as to why that wasn't provided to us.
But again, there is a pattern here, isn't there, of Treasury championing and providing upfront evidence that supports their position, but you having to drag from them, kicking and screaming, all of the evidence that may in fact go contrary to their position. There's a pattern here, isn't there, Mr. Goodwin?
The matters.
If I could just jump in.
Sure.
Again, Mr. Shoebridge, these matters, our report documents all of these matters very clearly and sets that all out. So I don't know that we should try to characterise it beyond the facts that are in the report.
I'll finish by asking this. It's these kind of matters that go to your conclusion about there being a trust deficit at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly tested our relationship and our level of trust, something that is fundamental to the conduct of our audit. And to be honest, I'm always honest, but the relationship with Treasury, between the Treasury and the Audit Office, is fundamental to how we run this state, really. It's a critical relationship. It has always we always have arguments, but generally speaking, the relationship is really solid and can be relied upon. Last year was really unusual. As we write in the report, it was extraordinary.
Well, General, at what point did you start to doubt the level of trust you could have with Treasury?
Again, listening to testimony to your committee certainly raised questions for us, that because we were made aware of matters that we had previously not been aware of. Also, numerous media articles, of course, also referenced matters that we weren't aware of. They're the sorts of things that encouraged us to press Treasury more firmly on receiving the documentation that we required to complete our audit.
Well, Auditor General, I'm glad we could be of assistance, but are you saying that through the course of the inquiry, which commenced in, I think, August last year, is when you first started to doubt the Treasury's representations to you?
I don't think I can be that precise, Ian.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we can be that precise. So I guess was certainly differences of views, and I guess there was a surprise that we weren't aware of this report. And I just was reflecting. I think one of the things that was always considered was whether Treasury thought it was relevant to our audit. Now we would say it was relevant to our audit. I don't think there's a clear line to your question around the deficit of trust. But what I would say is that I think we were all surprised that we received a large number of documents prior to signing the audit report as a result of us seeking a representation that they had provided us all the documents.
Well, I was actually going to go to that next, Auditor General, because this is a matter that you report on page 23, in which you say, before management signed a representation to declare they had shared all relevant information, they shared at least a further 34 megabytes of data or 23 reports, 1,023 pages with the Audit Office around midnight the morning of audit signing. First question, is that normal?
Getting the representation letter is standard practice on all of our audits, but not, yes, it's unusual to get that amount of information so late in the process.
Or alternatively, slightly early Christmas gift, as it turns out, it was that particular year. But can I just ask, what was the nature of those reports, and did you have time to review them?
I'll defer to both Ian and Scott on that.
So I might just invite our Assistant Auditor General just on the specific documents, but if I might just explain just the procedural aspect, that's quite relevant here, because it's the request that we were seeking that's more important than what the documents were that were received in the end. So as a standard practice across the entire New South Wales government that we audit, we seek there's a process called a management representation letter, and in that representation we seek confirmation from those charged with governance that they have provided all documents, whether draft or final, to us, developed by external firms, broad language. Across all our audits, we've not had an issue with someone saying they're not going to sign that representation, that they've provided that documentation. That became an issue for Treasury leading into the night of the 23rd of December, where they sought to amend the representation that they were going to provide us, that removed the absolute clarity that all documentation had been provided, by seeking to make it relevant to material or stuff that they had relied upon. As the auditor, we need to form the judgment as to what's relevant to material.
Can I just pause you there before we get too far beyond that part of your evidence? Are you saying that Treasury tried to change their representation letter the night before the audit was signed?
They sought to provide input that would have modified the representations. That in itself is not necessarily an unusual process. I mean, we do work with our audit clients around the representations, but this one was vital. This one is just a standard. This is standard language.
But to be fair, you were seeking a letter. There was an attempt to modify it, which may or may not, which may be originally, may not be. But soon thereafter, you received an additional 1,000 pages and 23 reports. Which the inference is that you should have received that much earlier, and you shouldn't have to be relying on you having to check for it, and that this information should have been freely volunteered. Is that the right way of summarising?
The information should have been provided, particularly once Treasury were alerted the year before that this was a high risk area, and we raised a high risk finding, reported to the Parliament. It is in my experience unusual for someone to try and modify the representation around providing all documentation.
And just to be clear, no other agency in any of the audits that you had completed had ever tried to do anything similar?
Correct. And so this became a matter that the Secretary of the Treasury did help to resolve. So we met with the Secretary after working this through the Chief Finance and Operations Officer to explain to the Secretary that the request that we were making of Treasury was no different to the requests that we're making across the public sector. And really, frankly, if all information had been provided to us, there should be no trouble in signing that representation.
Auditor General, as a devotee of your reports, have you ever issued an emphasis of matter before?
I haven't personally, I don't think, but I'm going to again. We have researched this, Ian and or Scott.
Yeah, I might just invite Scott, our head of financial audit, on that question. Scott, can you just answer the question on emphasis of matter?
Thank you. I don't have that precise information in front of me, but basically we have issued one before, but it's in the order of about 8 to 10 years ago that we issued an emphasis of matter. So it's unusual in that context that it has been quite some years before we've done it, but there was one before. I think that was around uncertainties and I'd have to check that, but it was about 8 or so years ago.
Okay. If you could take that on notice, that'd be helpful.
Certainly.
Auditor General, one point you made in your report on page 23 is that there's been undue reliance on external consultants. And you say the extensive use of consultants can give rise to the risk that agencies shop for opinions from multiple experts in order to receive advice that matches the outcome being sought. Do you think that the Treasury, in submitting the state's accounts, were shopping from opinions from multiple experts in order to receive advice that matches the outcome being sought?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. I think that the reliance on, the one consultant on this matter over a period of time did raise risks, because having formed, or provided advice, that advice was not likely to ever be changed or contradicted if you go to the same firm, the same person. It's in their interest to continue to present arguments that support their original position. So I think, diversity in looking for a diverse range of opinions is a good thing.
Just to be specific here, the advice that we're referring to, are you referring to the accounting advice that the Treasury obtained from KPMG?
Yes.
And that is the advice that was provided to by Ms. Watson, who appeared before our inquiry, correct?
I can't be 100% if it was always that, but certainly Ms. Watson had an ongoing role with Treasury in providing advice on Tahi and other accounting matters.
Sure. And your point about the incentives for a consultant to persist with advice and not change minds according to facts, but equally, they're not really, but equally the Treasury's desire to return to them, which I guess is more important. In your view, that was a mistake by the Treasury, given that you've recommended that Treasury should whether there is sufficient competent oversight of its use of consultants and assess the risk of an overdependence on consultants of internal capability. The implication that I drew from that was Treasury was too reliant on KPMG's accounting advice. Is that fair?
I think there's a risk always if you're just going to one firm on one matter that you're not going to get a diversity of views and you're not necessarily going to be open to different opinions. That is what we experienced in the conduct of this audit.
My final question is...
Yeah, you go, Mr. Mookie.
So my final question here is, you were aware that PwC had given advice gently supported the conclusion you ultimately reached, and then Treasury then insisted on obtaining advice from KPMG, which it then stuck by through multiple years. To be fair, doesn't that sound like doctor shopping?
I don't know how to answer that. Ian, do you have a view on that?
I think this way, PwC provided advice which said that this would create accounting issues. KPMG provided advice which said it didn't. Treasury changed its advisors to KPMG. What are we meant to infer from that?
Evidence has already been presented to the committee that there was a policy, government policy position here that officers were asked to, implement. Certainly it's not unusual to get advice, seek advice that assists you to deliver the outcome you're trying to deliver. I think just when it became such an argument or a disagreement between us and Treasury, it just would have been good for people to be slightly more open to alternate views.
Ms. Boyd. Oh, sorry, you go, Mr. Goodwin, if you want to add to that.
I was just going to clarify, just for the committee, the PwC and the KPMG thing, it's not as simple as that in the reality. The model, I think, that PwC was looking at for Tahi did evolve. So the final model where we looked at is a little bit different to the initial model that PwC did. So there are some nuances that would have led to some differences.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Auditor General, you mentioned just a moment ago about there being a clear policy direction, and I think it's important to remember the context that this is all operating within. Obviously, we have a desire from government, from the now Premier, to set up Tahi in the way it was set up. And you referred earlier to people being locked into the outcome that they wanted and sort of acting to then provide only the information that sort of backed up that outcome. Obviously, it's not unusual for governments to start off down one track and have a particular policy. But in your experience, is it unusual for them to then try this hard to, as you say, lock in the outcome that they want?
Oh, there's a lot in that. This was big. Obviously, the implications here were really quite huge to the state. So, it's not unusual that there'd be an enormous amount of work done before any change would be made. That is to be expected on such a big issue. The other thing I need to make clear is at no point have we questioned the model of Tahi, of having a specific asset management agency set up in the way it has been set up. The only matter for us throughout all of this has been, is it being accounted for correctly? And that all turned on the matter of reasonable return on investment. So that's the issue we have focused on throughout this, not whether Tahi's a good idea or a bad idea.
Of course, because that's a policy matter. I'm just looking at page 11 of your report, where you say, and I quote, New South Wales Treasury presented late, unsophisticated and inaccurate forecasts to the Audit Office. And then you say, all of which sought to support the desired outcome of higher projected returns. You don't say all of which did support. You've used the word ought. Sought to support, all of which sought to support. Now, I read that as there being an implication of intention on behalf of the people giving you documents, that they were only giving you documents that supported the outcome they wanted. Is that a fair inference?
I'm going to ask the Deputy Auditor General to speak to this as well, but other than to say it is normal in the conduct of an audit that a particular argument is made by the preparer of an accounts and attempts made to support the particular argument. That is not at all unusual. The auditor's role then is to review and opine on that. But Ian, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, thank you. And I think it is important in all of this, just to echo the Auditor General's earlier comment. This has never been an issue about Tahi as a concept. What we were seeking is to get the financial reporting to reflect what was actually the outcomes and ensure that the GGS budget result was appropriately reflected. To the specific question, and Chair, if you like, I can also clarify the question around the emphasis matter when we last did it in a very simple manner. But to the specific question on these forecasts, I guess we were surprised by some of the adjustments that were made to the forecast when we provided feedback. So we received an initial forecast that was back in July, which would have had some Tahi input, but ultimately the question is a question around rate of return, which is a question for Treasury and their calculation. We provided feedback on it, and then there was a second one done in November, another one done at the beginning of December, and then the final one on the 14th of December. Throughout that process, as we provided feedback saying that the valuation loss was a holding loss and they needed to accommodate for that, we saw other adjustments come into it. So the initial projections that we had did not have some items that appeared in the second and third iterations that were surprising. So some of those matters were, they included $2 billion worth of government guarantee fees. Well, they had received advice from an accounting firm that they should not include government guarantee fees because government guarantee fees is not a return of distributable earnings. It's akin to a tax on borrowings. And so we were surprised to see that come in. So that wasn't in the first iteration, but when we provided feedback, that did appear. They included, there was no balance sheet to support the income statement that was included, and there was difficulty reconciling the income statement and the balance sheet in the forward years. There was an amount put in that was $15 billion as an asset revaluation increment or a holding gain. So a holding gain is part of that rate of return. That was way out in the forward years, and when we sought evidence on it, because it appeared as 3 tranches of $5 billion, there was no evidence to support it. So they're the sort of things that were surprising to be included in projections.
Ms. Boyd, I think Mr. Goodwin was just going to clarify the emphasis of matter, the prior emphasis of matter.
Yes, Chair. So the last time we issued an emphasis of matter was, I just moved off that page. Just give me 2 seconds. So the last emphasis of matter was in 2011 around the uncertainty of certain collection of tax assessments, and so that was really the last time around that 2011 period, and going into 2012.
All right, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. So can I just check with you, the errors in the documentation or the inaccuracies that were presented to you in relation to Tahi, are they separate to the $6.6 billion worth of errors that you identified in the audit?
Yeah, they are separate. So the errors here were errors in a projection, whereas the $6.6 billion were errors that had to be corrected for signing off on the 30 June, so actual numbers in the 30 June 2021 accounts. So the errors that we're talking about here are forward projections, so assumptions being made in years forward to support the question of a rate of return. The $6.6 billion is errors that sit across the entire sector. So they're not just New South Wales Treasury errors, but they are errors that sit in a variety of government departments. But I would say that the large bulk of it does relate to Tahi and the upward revaluation that occurred of Tahi's assets.
Can I ask, perhaps it's a question for you, Auditor General. With this many errors and with these comments about information being presented that's self-serving or designed perhaps to elicit certain outcomes, if it's not a cover-up, is it just rank incompetence? And how do you tell the difference from your perspective?
I think it is fair to just step back a little bit and consider the real challenges that have been faced across government in the last couple of years. finance teams are working, remotely, and there are major, pressures to deliver on all sorts of fronts at the moment. So I think that probably contributes to some of these errors. Also, I think there were changes in accounting policies that are not straightforward. There are always big assumptions to be made around valuations and the like. So I don't think it's rank incompetence. I think we can all improve, but there were particular pressures on finance teams over the last 12 months, and the errors when presented were corrected.
Sorry.
Ian, you're going to be harder than me on that?
No, I think I was probably just going to really just support, provide supporting advice to that comment. And I'm just looking at the list of those errors. So 6.6 billion is a big headline, but a large number of that sits in a couple of adjustments. There are then the better part of about 15 other errors that thereabouts that sit with other agencies. Now, what in that number is we're reporting errors over $20 million, but more than 5.5 billion of that 6.6 billion sits in really one bulk set of two sets of transactions. So there was Tahi related adjustments, which related to some adjustments going through Tahi's own accounts around the asset valuation and whether there are service concession assets under a new accounting standard. There was a $1 billion adjustment that related to Treasury around a liability on some borrowings that hadn't been reflected, where the settlement date was put to 1 July, but the trade occurred back in May. And so we said, in substance, the debt's there, so we asked for that $1 billion to be corrected by Treasury, and they did correct it. The rest of them are much smaller amounts, and they are a range of issues across a range of agencies.
Yeah, I would like to just clarify, I was not referring to individuals being incompetent, but more the systems and processes of Treasury. But if you could just answer that last bit of my question, which was, if there was a cover-up, rather than these just being run-of-the-mill errors, how would you know? How would you know the difference?
Can you just perhaps, can you just repeat that question just so I can...
Yeah, I'll rephrase it. So I guess on the face of it, we have a whole lot of errors. We have a whole lot of, selective information coming to the audit office from Treasury. We were told earlier that, it's not possible really for you to make the judgment that it is, I guess, misleading. But how would you know what the difference is between, just a run-of-the-mill error and something perhaps a little bit more like a cover-up? Is that something that you would be aware of?
To give a professional opinion from audit work, it would be difficult to say that in the light of what we're doing. We're doing a financial audit of the government's financial statements. We're not doing a code of conduct inquiry, and that more appropriately would rest with line management. To your question around the tension, it's not... I've been in the audit game for about 30 years, as you can sort of see by my face. And it's not the first time there's been disagreements, so that's not unusual. And I would say, I feel like we've always had a constructive relationship with New South Wales Treasury and have worked through other issues in the past. So I probably just would want to acknowledge that. So the tensions that arose is not unusual, and you would work through it. And it's not necessarily unusual that people will get invested in their position, and that makes it very, very difficult to work through. But professional people would normally work that through. I guess my reflection that is what is a little bit surprising was the issue of documentation, and not being made that available. The audit does rely on a degree of trust. I mean, we are very thorough, make no mistake. And I think anyone that's subject to audits would acknowledge that we are very thorough. But it does require a degree of trust. So we can't ask for a document that we just don't know exists. But we can say what the areas of risk are, and then we would work with management to work with us in providing that information.
We'll go to the opposition.
It is important to know that in the conduct of a financial audit, we are doing that every single year in every government-controlled agency. So our people, our teams, are, almost embedded within their organisations. They're dealing with that. There are, strong relationships, but also a good understanding of who we're working with. And I think that's why it is a trusting relationship that we need to continue to work on.
Thank you. Auditor General, I've only got a few quick questions for my colleague. But the Audit Office is currently conducting a performance review into the transport asset holding entity, is it not?
We're just kicking that off, Mr. Mookie.
And when do you expect, in your forward calendar, due this year, is it not?
Well, we're just kicking it off. We're at the commencement stage. We haven't finalised the scope of that audit yet. An audit of that nature would normally take 8-9 months.
So it's likely at the end of the year we will get a performance review from the transport asset holding entity?
That would be my expectation.
Yep. And then just finally,
and sorry, I should just correct, if you don't mind, it's a performance audit, not a performance.
Sure, yeah, performance audit, that's correct. I'm sorry. The sort of only other two questions that I have is Tahi hasn't yet tabled its annual report, and they made clear that that was as a result of delays in the audit offices. When do you suspect that you will be finished and then we'll be in a position to see Tahi's annual report? And it's like,
I don't think that evidence was correct. We don't have any role in the tabling of their annual report and our audit opinion. It's just a bit of confusion, I think, around that.
Right, so that came from the chair, but your view is that nothing should impede Tahi from being in a position, well, certainly nothing on your end would impede Tahi from being in a position to table its report to Parliament?
Once we've signed the audit, which we have, it's been over to them.
And my final question, before I pass to my colleague, is at the conclusion of this financial year, you are required to repeat the entire process, are you not?
Yes, we are.
That's rude pointing that out now, Daniel.
I'll pass to my colleague.
That was well received. I just wanted to turn back to the events of Christmas Eve. We were informed by the Treasury officials earlier that the actual signing of the consolidated financial statement occurred late on Friday, December 24, and as I understood it, they physically then transmitted the paperwork to the Treasurer, who was in 52 Martin Place, and then electronically briefed him. And then the Treasurer, late on Christmas Eve, signed the consolidated financial statement. From your knowledge, Auditor General, when was it on that Friday that occurred?
Thank you, Mr. Graham. I can't be precise about what happened at the Treasury's end or Treasurer with the Treasurer, but I know I signed the opinion, my audit opinion, at around about 4 o'clock on Christmas Eve. We would have had their assigned accounts prior to that. Ian and/or Scott, do you know anything more precise than that?
Not more precise. So your opinion is signed once we received the financial statements, and that was obviously that we have to do some very quick checking, and then the Auditor General signed her opinion late on that afternoon on Christmas Eve.
And do you recall how it was communicated to you that the Treasurer had signed those consolidated financial statements?
They would have gone to our team. Scott, do you know the answer to that? I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Scott, if you don't.
Look, it was all happening within those hours on that day. So, yes, it just would have been through the normal processes of sending the documents to us.
And Auditor General, were you in the CBD at the time? Were you also?
I was sitting here in my dining room, as I am now.
The Treasurer and the Treasury officials must have been the only people in the CBD at that time.
Just if I may, through the chair, it's not usual for us to know the intricacies of how Treasury would get the Treasurer to sign that. What we would just receive the financial statements once signed.
Yes, understood. But look, that's been quite helpful on the timing. Just finally on the question, I just wanted to return to your issue in the report about the concept of a sufficient rate of return. Obviously, you recommend that Treasury should have a policy on this. They don't have money, you should. You've insisted on that for this entity. I just wanted to put the view that, you're insisting on a very modest rate of return when you say that it should be considered to be at least the long-term inflation rate from a public point of view, from a taxpayer's point of view. All that would be doing is really keeping the value of $1 today the same as $1 tomorrow. It's a very, very modest rate of return. If a financial advisor gave you that offer, you'd be sacking them as a citizen. It's a very modest isn't it, that rate at which you've insisted.
Do you want me, Margaret?
Yes, please.
So you're absolutely right, Ms. Graham, that there isn't a policy covering this, and certainly a recommendation that we've made to Treasury. But the absence of the policy meant that we went doing some work to find out what was reasonable around that rate of return. And certainly drew on some background that I was aware of at the Commonwealth Government, where the Department of Finance have put that in the long-term inflation rate. To your point as to whether 2.5% is modest, I think it probably is reasonable to reflect that a lot of these state-owned corporations where the government might make investments have a public policy purpose. So they're not simply about making straight-out profits. So they do have a public policy purpose. But it's not unreasonable that you would expect that the rate of return should at least match the inflation rate, because, well, short of that, it's less.
Mr. Goodwin, having examined the table that is provided in Note 11 of the actual state accounts, that is also reproduced in the State Finances report, Tahi doesn't reach a rate of return that's above inflation until 27 or 28. And that means at least for the next, until 27, 28, we're actually, it's a real loss in real terms until that point in time. And only from 27 and 28, assuming that everything that the Treasury has told you happens, only then do taxpayers even start to get to a real rate of return of zero. That's fair, is it not?
Yeah, so that's quite a complex table to follow. There were two parameters that were being discussed with Treasury, and certainly how they positioned it, which was the 2.5% on a year-by-year basis and the return of the revaluation loss. So when we look at that return question, we're looking at it in aggregate, whereas that amount that you talk about in 27, 28, my recollection, that relates to getting to a 2.5%. But it doesn't account for the revaluation loss.
Auditor General, Daniel, I'm sorry that the time has concluded. For that session, Auditor General, I'm trying to get an understanding about what the impact on the state accounts was of the dispute between yourself and Treasury over the treatment of Tahi. Having eventually accepted the bona fides of the government on the $5.1 billion of additional funds, as I understand it, that allowed you to treat Tahi as an independent for-profit entity within the government, within the New South Wales government. But if you hadn't been satisfied, what would the effect have been on the final position on the general government sector budget? Is it as easy as reversing the $2.4 billion equity injection and saying it's a $4.8 billion turnaround? Is it as simple as that?
So had the $5.2 billion not come into the calculus, the situation that were in front of the Auditor General were the request that Treasury would have to reverse the equity, what was accounted as equity contribution, to be a grant expense, because we did not have the evidence on that rate of return question. Or the Auditor General, if that wasn't done, then the Auditor General left with very little option but to qualify the whole common accounts.
But absent...
And if I qualify, that doesn't change how the accounts are presented. I'm just saying that they're not presented correctly.
Yep. But if the accounts had been presented without the $5.2 billion as a sort of future income, the other avenue for getting an unqualified opinion from the Audit Office was to reverse that $2.4 billion and therefore add $4.8 billion to the deficit. Is that right?
Is it at 4.8 or 2.4? I think it would add 2.4. So there was a cash contribution of 2.4 that had been accounted to the balance sheet. That would now reverse itself and be reflected as an expense.
And you didn't have to reverse the equity as well for the government sector accounts?
So there would be a series of accounting entries, but the net effect would be an additional expense of $2.4 billion to the general government sector budget as well.
Could I ask you about the evidence that we got earlier from Mr. Walters about the provision of information? His evidence, if I could summarise it, was they gave everything that you needed in a timely fashion and full disclosure to you. It was unfortunate that Mr. Walters hadn't read your report, but can you tell me how you could digest the volume of material you got in those last 24 or 48 hours from Treasury? What impact did that have?
Ian?
Thank you, Margaret. So there's two things that I probably just want to say there, Chair. So just in terms of the Treasury testimony saying that we requested those documents and they gave it to us on the 23rd, that is not correct. We had no anticipation that we were going to get that number of documents. What we had requested of Treasury is that they sign a representation letter to us that they had provided us all the documents. And that was a matter of tense debate, a matter that we communicated to the Chief Finance Operations Officer could result in the Auditor General writing to the Treasurer that we would disclaim the accounts if they were going to hold the ground and not assess that they had provided all the documents.
So because you were in...
What then followed, what then followed surprised us when we received all of those documents.
So it was in situation where you're insisting upon them stating, as you would expect year in, year out, that they'd provided you with all the information. You could almost characterise that as overwhelming you with documents because you're insisting on just the standard statement from Treasury. It was almost like a punishment.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it probably felt punishing at the time, but I'm not sure it was designed as a punishment. I think we were just taken by surprise. But to your question about how did we digest through that, the material question that was presented to us was there evidence of a sufficient rate of return? that evidence sort of culminated with the 5.2 billion that occurred between 14 December and 18 December. So government decisions through to heads of agreement and reflected in the media budget with a 1.1 billion. That became the pivotal evidence. All the other documents is that we did have to review the document, and with the indulgence of the committee, I just want to publicly acknowledge the outstanding work of the Audit Office team and the Total State Sector Audit team, who I observed in email traffic working through that night that went through those documents. What we had to do was look to make sure there was nothing fatal to the judgment around that rate of return question, but it was unlikely that it was going to be, because the evidence rate of return sort of crystallised in mid-December. But we certainly had to go through that document at a rapid rate, and it was an outstanding professional job done by the Audit Office team.
Well, I want to be clear. I don't think your team should have been put in that position by Treasury in the manner in which they were, but we might move on. When I put to Treasury the concerns that the audit report had about the 3 versions of modelling that came between 9 July and 1 December for Tahi accounts, Treasury sought to disown that modelling and say that it was the product of Tahi. I understand that that's not your position or your understanding of the modelling, is that right?
Yeah, I think Mr. Goodwin clarified that previously, Mr. Shoebridge. Did you want to repeat, Ian, the key points?
So the modelling that we're talking about is the modelling around the projections around the rate of return. New South Wales Treasury, as the preparer of the whole government accounts, and the cash contribution coming out of what was the former Crown entity, it is for New South Wales Treasury to obviously demonstrate that that rate of return could be achieved. It is not unreasonable that they would seek input from Tahi, and I believe they did seek input from Tahi, but those projections were provided to us by New South Wales Treasury. Even if New South Wales Treasury said that they were wholly calculated by Tahi, and I could not attest to the exact inputs into the background, it is a responsibility of Treasury to put quality control oversight over the information provided to us. But that information is provided to us from New South Wales Treasury, to be crystal clear.
And my final question is this. Audit reports are great. You know, they set out issues, they identify problems, they provide a clear pathway to fix issues. But they're not much use if senior officials in the organisation which they relate to don't read them. Is it your expectation that your audit report will be read by the likes of the Deputy Secretary and the Chief Finance and Operation Officer of Treasury, read in full?
It would be my expectation that everyone across government would read every report that I write. They're full of excellent information. I was gratified to hear the evidence by the new Secretary of Treasury, Dr. Grimes, who had clearly read the report in its entirety, and certainly conversations with him earlier or last week, I think, have been quite affirming in terms of working constructively on our relationship and on future audits.
But has any other entity where you've provided an audit proposed what Mr. Grimes has proposed, which was refer your independent external audit off to yet another entity to determine how to determine its veracity? Have you had that with any other agency?
Probably couldn't comment, Mr. Shoebridge, not that I'm aware of. I think it does go to the matter that Mr. Goodwin referred to previously, that our audit is an audit of the financial statements. It's not a statement, it's not an audit of conduct. And so I think that's what Mr. Grimes, perhaps as a new secretary, is looking for his own advice and making his own inquiries into.
All right, well, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Again, thank you for all the work you did. I think on behalf of the whole committee, want to thank all the team in the office for the extraordinary hours you must have put in, not just in the lead up to Christmas, but throughout last year. And we're grateful for the assistance you've been able to provide to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.